Yo, what's good, everybody? I didn't realize that the whole time my microphone was on, but everybody seemed to be in good spirits in the chat room. Good morning, good morning. Let me yell in your ear this morning and wake your ass up. How y'all doing? Welcome to another episode of Monday Morning Mystery School. It's time to wake up and be enlightened early on one of them days where most folks don't fuck with Mondays like that. So I'm gonna give you a reason to fuck with Monday. Who we got out here? I want to give a shout out first of all before we start the show to everybody in the chat room. I see we got a bunch of people out here early. Man, oh snap, we got the brother Hassan Campbell in the chat room. That's a surprise for this Monday morning mystery school. Hey, let me get a one if my audio is good, y'all. I forgot to do a mic check. Let me get that one if the audio is good. And yeah, let me give a big shout out to the brother Hassan Campbell. I see the brother Conscious Community up in here. Conscious Community Comedy. The brother Uncle Shug. Shout out to him. Shout out to all of y'all out there, man. Yeah, man, it's good to see the brother Hassan out there, man. That's a surprise. And we got them ones in the building. Shout out to all of my moderators. What's good, Backpack Zoe, my brother Shula, Deontay. Listen, I don't want to spend too much time doing a extensive introduction. I know y'all excited to hear what I got to teach today. So let me get right into it, man. Good morning once again. Good morning to everybody. You know this is going to be kind of an extensive presentation. Y'all know how I do. I like to be thorough. I like to tackle these topics one time and move on. So let's go ahead and hop into this. I know that thumbnail caught you off guard, didn't it? Whenever you see Yakub is always an interesting topic that always lead back to aliens and UFOs. Now, aliens are a belief. We got to keep that in mind. We got to point that out. They can't become a reality due to programming. Today we're going to be talking about the purpose of that programming and what exactly is the history of what we call aliens. We're going to do a lot of sacred geometry today and also etymology and syncretism as always. But today we're going to really go deep with it. With this aliens thing. So let's get right into it. Let's remove this. Now, we're starting off with sacred geometry today. Most of y'all know I like to give a long intro of information before we get into the symbolism. But today I said, what the hell, we're going to do something different because it's going to work better for me if I start off today with sacred geometry. So let's do that. So simple. We just looking at images and that makes it easy. We're just waking up and we don't want to be bombarded with a bunch of information right off back. So let's kind of stretch, do a little stretching. We're going to start sacred geometry and just look at images, right? Now for years we've been seeing images like the ones you see in front of you of these big-headed creatures. And what we don't realize is the literature that we've been given to this creature called an alien is that it is an advanced form of you. Whenever scientists refer to aliens, they always refer to aliens as an advanced species. They always say that if we ever encounter an alien, it'll be far more advanced than us. And what they're doing is they're giving you ancient mythologies in a form of science, because you know today's science is based upon medieval myths. It's an ancient occult religion. And that's what I'm going to be showing you today, how that religion is forced upon everyone in the form of these creatures called aliens, which is another form of advanced races. Now, if you've been following me lately, I've been doing a lot of teaching about advanced races and the deception behind that. And today what we're going to be doing is showing you one more advanced race that we miss. This is an advanced race that was programmed into you. And this concept of advanced races had to be for Darwin's evolution. Today we're going to talk about Charles Darwin and tell you the role he played with aliens, and show you how if you didn't have the theory of evolution, an alien couldn't exist. Now, guess what modern scientists say about aliens? Modern scientists say that all alien species had to evolve. And you know why that's a fact in modern science? That's a fact because if all alien species didn't evolve, then that would mean all alien species were created. And then you have a problem, because this science teaches us that we're not even created. They teaches us that we evolved from a lesser human who was a Flintstone type human. But nevertheless, they can't give you a foreign creature in the form of an alien that was created by God, the hands of the creator, because then you would say, well, hold on, why wasn't we created? That would open up doors to us asking that question about us, and that would be the truth, that we all were indeed created by the source and didn't have to evolve from a primitive form of creation. Now, with that being said, we just in the introduction here. Now, with that being said, all aliens have to evolve because the heliocentric model has to evolve. In other words, it starts from an explosion, and the germs within that's floating on those rocks land on certain other rocks that's suitable for life, and some of these rocks sprout conscious beings and some of them don't. We know the nature of that heliocentric model, just a refreshment. So on all of these little rocks in their model, you have life evolving. And that's something important because their whole deception model depends on that right there. Now keep that in mind. That's going to play a role as we go deeper here. We starting small. Now check this out. The aliens that you see on the screen, again, they always portrayed with advanced technology, laser beams and things that are way cooler than what we got. You know, and they always portrayed as advanced creatures because these became what the Netflix and Nat Geo and all of them call ancient aliens that built the pyramids. In other words, this is who took the place of your ancestors in history, right? And see, because when they speak of an advanced ancient race, they talking about ancient people that was accomplishing everything we're accomplishing without damaging the place. So they used a green form of the same technology. We talk about that in a lot of videos. I won't go over that today. That'll be too redundant. But this introduction I'm giving you is very important before we go deep. So stay with me. Why the need for aliens? We know everything they rub in our face, there's something very important they're trying to hide. And I'm going to be showing you that today. Now, the alien is another form of a god that I've been teaching y'all about. His name is Narmer or Menes. I've been teaching y'all about this god, and I'll show you pictures of him now just to show you what I mean instead of just talk about it, you know. Big shout out to Christopher Johnson. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Appreciate that, man. That's big love. I appreciate that. Okay, here we go, guys. I'm not gonna keep you waiting long. Here is another form of that God. Hold on. This is Zeus. This is Narmer. This is Menes. Here's another form of him as Horus the hawk. And what we want to pay attention to, remember, we're doing sacred geometry. So we want to pay attention to the cone on top of the head. We want to pay attention to the elongated skull. They taught that the Pharaoh was an alien who was a giant. They call it Anunnaki. I went over that. I'm not going to be redundant on that. What we need to look at starting off is just sacred geometry. You don't have to read none of this. You just want to get this in your third eye. So when we move on, we see what we're looking at. I'm going to put a couple of them up there and I'm going to take them off. And we'll refer back to them in memory later. This is maybe an awkward intro to many of you, but stay with me, stay with me. Now, you say he just dropping a bunch of images up there. Now, we're just looking at the cone head, the alien head. Now, we're going to be talking about this from a scientific perspective, right? I know you see the title. This is called a cranial disorder to Westerners, but we're going to be getting into the prehistoric form of what's called skull elongation, because this is a real human form. So we're going to be getting enlightened today. Now check out the images, right? All of the images you're looking at are figurines and different artwork to depict the world's first pharaoh. And what you want to pay attention to is why they say the pharaohs were aliens. They said the pharaohs descended from heaven. They say the pharaohs were giants, and they said these aliens were giants. They said that these great aliens is like 16 feet. So they're giving, we already went over the giant thing. We talked about hieratic scale. Okay, we talked about hieratic scale. We're not going to do that this video. We're moving forward. So let's get this image off the screen so we can go deep. I know y'all like to get off the surface, but we got to start on the surface. All right, so this little fella here, you see his cone head. We just want to get this in our third eye. Nothing big. We just want to get them in our third eye. Nothing big. Starting off light. We're just looking at the cone head. We're looking at the cone heads and all of the images. And now we'll keep that locked upstairs to show you how this is linked to God, or this advanced God. I told you about Jesus and the disciples being advanced races, the Hyperboreans, or Zeus and the rest of the Roman pantheon who sits above the earth. But this is all mythology, right? We went over this, right? This advanced race deception and all of that. So now we're looking at these UFOs and we see how that tie into it. Now we're going to pay attention to a god called Yakub. Now what are we looking at here? Because here's two images. This is supposed to be the daughter of Fuqua, I guess. This is the lineage of Yakub and one of his daughters, and Hatif, the husband of Radia. I'm not sure here, but what I want to point out to you is the artistic depictions of Yakub, right? We all know about the big head scientist, okay? And what we want to pay attention to is how the nation, I'm going to be exposing the Nation of Islam and Scientology today, so stay with me. You don't want to go nowhere. Now check this out. This God is called Yakub, right? And they said that he created white people. But this God is a persona, he's another form of the first Pharaoh. And when they say that he created white people, they're talking about a social status. The first Pharaoh created the peasantry class. And if you look up white people by law, it's basically talking about poor people. The peasantry class, the peasant class. By law, a white person would be poor, and I think a black person would be wealthy, or I might have it backwards. But this elongation was a sign of royalty as well in the ancient world, and we're going to be talking about that when we get into the cranial, the intentional cranial shaping that the ancients did. But we got to go into this deception first. So just stay with me now. Because what we're looking at, right? Let me show you real quick because this is kind of me being redundant, but I gotta do it. What Yaqub is the nation Islam's form of the god Zeus. So here is the god Zeus. And Zeus is often depicted with horns. And I told you today we're going to be using sacred geometry. So let's look at the outline and sacred geometry of Zeus's head right here. And let's go back to Yaqub. And we can see this is the same God because Zeus became Yeshua, which is another form of Yashub, Yaqub. The K can be sh as well. All right, so the K can be sh as well to a lot of languages. So Yaqub can also be Yashub, and to some people Yeshua, which is another form of Zeus Amun. And we say at the end of all of our prayers, Aman, Aman. And again, this is the only God that's being worshiped today. It's just many forms of him, all right? I'm giving you another form of him in the form of ancient aliens and UFOs, but I'm also going to break down the real science of that. But you got to go through the deception of how they hid this science, of why our ancestors was intentionally shaping their skulls that way. And I'm going to show you how they did it too. It's going to be very interesting. So again, with sacred geometry, we can see here that the god Zeus Amen is the same god Yahshua or Yaqub. Now, we're going to be syncing this god with a lot of more gods so that we can really get this into our spirit that this is not nothing spooky. We're just being deceived and they muddying the waters and hiding the ancient truth once again. So let's move on to some more images. Like I said, just sacred geometry. Now this is a god I point out all the time. His name is Serapis, which is another form of Zeus, another form of Jesus, Yeshua, you know, the whole shebang. Now, what we want to point out is the cup on top of his head, because we're tying this into Yaqub. There are many forms of this god, and instead of the cup, they'll have the big head, they'll have the crown, they'll have the crown up there, and hold on a second. The reason that they have the crown up there, hold on, I'm looking for an image, people. Shucks. All right, let me see here. Let's go through these. What am I looking? Yeah, we're going to be talking about Heaven's Gate. If you never heard of that, stay tuned. I got so much stuff for y'all that I'm a little bit unorganized. Stay with me, though. All right, this is what I'm looking for. So another form of this god Serapis is the cup. Okay. So you got Yaqub, and it looks like a cup, right? It's coming up the form like a cone or an inverted birthday hat, right? And this is another way of looking at the crown chakra, which is alien to us today. We're alien to this knowledge. So we're going to be doing the etymology of alien and showing you exactly what that is. All right, so we see with sacred geometry, because that's all we're looking at right now, sacred geometry. All right, we see that this is the knowledge of us. We journeyed to the earth. The spirit journeyed to the earth to live in the flesh. And all of this knowledge became to UFOs visiting the earth. And I'm going to show you how they corrupted these ancient mythologies. But we got to crawl before we walk. So here you got Serapis. And here you have the human crown chakra. All right. This is what makes us gods. That crown connects us to the luminaries. Okay, so next image. Now this is a image of Zeus, which is of course again Jesus. Another form of this would be Adam, right? All of these gods that gave birth. Let me see if I can show you this image. Because Adam gave birth to Eve, right? And he did it out of a womb. And the womb was placed on his rib. But prior to that, that womb was on the head, because another form of Atum or Adam is the god Zeus, right? So what did Jesus represent? Death and rebirth. Jesus represented Atum. Jesus represented Atum, which became a god by the name of Atum, or Atum, which represent death, which is Atum, right? We have tombstones. Now, what is a tombstone? A tombstone is the sacred rock, which means death. And this stone is placed upon the forehead because the soul exits out of the body by the pineal gland. It's the gateway. All of the consciousness that's controlling the body and giving it an intelligence and personality exits out of the body upon death out of the pineal gland. And this is called rebirth to the ancestors, because the ancestors didn't have a concept of death. They looked at reality as a continuum, which means they only had rebirth. In other words, they didn't have a word called death. It's rebirth. So that's how they looked at everything. They looked at death as another rebirth, which happens out of the forehead, symbolizing the consciousness leaving the seat of the soul or the pineal gland. Whenever you see these Jewish priests with the little box on their forehead, it's because that's the black stone or the tombstone. And the tombstone is the womb stone. So the words tomb and womb are synonymous, and the tombstone shaped like a womb. We went over that in the electromagnetic universe presentation. So here is another culture's interpretation of that tombstone or that womb stone representing rebirth, right? This is the womb of the woman that we all come out of. But another interpretation of that is your birthstone and death stone, which is a tombstone. You have these stones that's associated with your birth and death. You have a birthstone, and when you die, you're going to have a death stone or a tombstone, right? And it's all, your tombstone is just your death date is your rebirth date in another life. All right? So, and that happens through the womb or the tomb, right? So the ancestors combined the two, because they said when the body enters the tomb or the hole in the ground, it simultaneously enters the womb of its next mother in preparation for rebirth. So the tomb is the womb, and the tombstone is the womb stone. And the reason the tombstone shaped like an arch is because the ancestors wanted to shape it like a pregnant belly. Okay, they were symbolizing death and rebirth, which is one and the same. So the tomb is the womb. Now, we see the stone, the sacred stone upon the forehead, is another way of saying rebirth comes out of the forehead, because that stone is a rolling stone. That's the stone that was rolling when Jesus was rebirthed. They had to roll the stone. Got a rock band called Rolling Stones. The sacred dung beetle in Egypt rolls the dung. It's all about the rolling of this stone, which means that in other mythologies, they call it the spinning of the cosmic wheel. And everyone is pushing their own wheel. And there was a god called Sisyphus that pushed the wheel for eternity. That's basically what we're doing. And that wheel is basically the wheel of time, which time is created through the womb. It's recreated through the tomb and the womb. for each individual, which is on their own time. When you were born on your own time, you leave at your own time. But now the thing about this whole thing is, you know, the God associated with this was Chronos, dealing with time as well. So that's why I'm going to tie all of this together. Now, when you see them with the wound on the forehead or the tomb, the stone up there, that's what they're meaning, rebirth. This is what Zeus is telling you, rebirth. So right there on the forehead is a third eye. This is a vagina. You know what a reptilian eye look like? Is a slit, just like this. It's a third eye. Now this is Zeus giving birth. This is a twisted, sick way of telling this ancient story of how you give birth to yourself. When they hid this knowledge, they turned it into Zeus giving birth to humanity. And the first person Zeus gave birth to was his wife, because the reason he gave birth to his wife first is because after the creation of his wife, he no longer had to have an immaculate conception. He can now have sex with his wife, and they can breed the rest of humanity through the act of sex. So this is how they broke the link and created this fake timeline and got us away from the goddesses and the lunar cycles and time cycles and onto a timeline. Because prior to these mythologies, we had different mythologies that linked us to the real cosmology and synced us to the stars and all of that. And after this, they had to change the calendars and have all the time synced to the royal succession that came through the king's lineage and his family. And I went over that about the Gregorian calendar through the whole her story to his story. We're not going to do that here because it'll take too much time. Now, the point that you need to take from here is this birth is a rebirth of human consciousness. When we left a dark age and we had the birth of sun gods. Now, the thing about this is prior to these false mythologies, we had what I like to call her story mythologies, what spoke of a great mother giving birth to humanity, and she had humanity through an immaculate conception. One of those goddesses is called Nuwa, and I tell you, and I show you her story all the time. We familiar with that, how the mother goddesses gave birth to humanity via a ripple effect. There's science behind that. We're talking electromagnetism, talking the divine feminine. All right, we just went over the spiral goddesses. Okay, so this immaculate conception concept was hijacked from the women and given to the man. And this is why Atum and Zeus had to give birth to their wife, because they had hijacked the succession of humanity. Prior to this, everyone had an inheritance to the land through birthright. Through birthright, the fact that you came from a woman through a womb, through birthright, all right? You had an inheritance through the land, through your family lineage. How did the royal family steal our inheritance? This is one of the ways when we start accepting their false mythologies, which is a form of history, because during medieval times, they didn't have history. History was recorded via mythology, so that's what I'm decoding at this time. So now, at this point in history, roughly during the proto-dynastic time, where we were going from matriarchy to patriarchy, they had to change the story from the immaculate conception happening from the great mothers and everybody having a inheritance to nature, natural law through the woman. Everybody having a woman's last name, everyone having a coat of arms, which is sacred geometrically shaped like the uterus, and every family had a different set of symbols on that coat of arms, and this was shown to prove your inheritance. See, when they took your inheritance away, they took away these different figurines and symbols. These were more than just little stones and stuff that they carried, these coat of arms that I show you. But anyway, The fraternities use this stuff today. They give you coat of arms and stuff, even the military. This is our ancestor signs showing inheritance. But anyway, to make a long story short, when they changed the story from the Immaculate Conception happening from the woman to the male gods now giving birth to humanity and changing the time cycles, the calendars, you name it, everything had to be changed to a patriarchal paradigm after this great shift. So after this shift, it was only one man that was said to be in existence. And this is how you get this one God concept. When I was a child, I used to ask my mother, where did God come from? Who created God? And she would say, didn't nobody create God. God just was here, always was. Or either some people will tell you, God created himself. And that's exactly what happened. God was a group of men that created God themselves. God started off by himself, just like a comic book character that would create a comic book strip, one character at a time. And that first character that's created by the comic book director would normally be the most strongest one that lead the rest. You don't normally have the lead character being created 10th or 15th. That first one that's created normally lead the rest. So what happened in our pantheon in mythology, just like in the comic books, that first character that we read about in the Bible, Adam, was the first God, the first man of the new world. All right, they wrote everybody else out of history and started it with the royal families. So when you read the Bible, you're basically getting a succession of the royal family. They're saying, you know, such and such begat such and such begat such and such. But they tell you in the Roman Catholic Creed that the Lord thy Father was not begotten. See, he was the only one that was not begotten. He wasn't begotten because here it is, this self-created God that begot everybody else, starting with his wife first. Then he could begin making sex with her to have the rest of humanity through sex. Don't that story sound familiar? It tell you Adam was created by the hands of God. In other words, Adam was an immaculate conception. But then Adam gave birth to Eve. And what happened after that? Adam started having sex with Eve to give birth to the lesser humanity. In other words, the reason they said we was born in sin, because one of the ancient Hebrew interpretations for the word sin is sex. In medieval mythology, when they had this transition, and you got to get this before we go further with this alien deception, because they say we come from aliens. They call the ancestors ancient aliens, people. And I'm trying to tell you where it come from. Because Adam was an ancient alien who descended from the sky, meaning God created him. Listen to me. Now, if you listen to what they telling you in the mythology now, this God was speaking from the sky down to the ground, which means he had to create Adam through ascension, or through descension. That there were energy coming from above making contact below to form Adam. And this became other mythologies about angels having sex with our early primitive ancestors to make Homo erectus advanced humans. That's how we was able to be smart and get technology, because our ancestors had sex with descended fallen angels, Anunnaki, and created the advanced humans. I'm telling you where it come from in many interpretations of it. Adam was an Anunnaki because he descended from the sky. After he descended from the sky, being the only human on earth to be created by the sky god, then he gave birth to his wife. So this is a chain reaction. We're talking about a seed being planted. The sky planted a seed called Adam, and then Adam grew a branch called Eve, and that grew a family tree called Cain, and ate more babies and more, so on and so on. All right, you got to pay close attention to that, because that's a human form of what they give you for the Big Bang. They tell you a seed was planted in the darkness, and then it expanded into a cosmic tree of galaxies and everything that's branched off from a point of singularity. In another mythological form, when that heliocentric theory was personified, the spark that created the cosmos and set it in motion would have been Zeus. And the expanse that came from him, well, you can see it busting out of his head, right? That's called expansion. He's starting his family tree from the first. This is the mythology of how the first pharaoh assumed power, wrote everybody else out of history, and started it off with one man. So when they say Adam was the first man, what was historically going on earth was that the first president was elected. What do we call the president? We call him the first man, right? So when you understand that the church was the government, and this same story was being acted out in medieval time, but they had a different language, and everything was spoken through the mythos. So the first man was mythologicized as Atum. But what was going on the earth was the first man was literally given dominion over the women and the garden and the plants, vegetables, and all the animals. Because that's what happened in Genesis. Adam basically was given dominion over the world. Now, when they say all of Adam's seeds was cursed, it's because they're telling you we are the lesser beings. We were the only creatures that was born out of sex, which was looked at as filthy. Wouldn't you like to be born, wouldn't you like to be created by the hands of the Creator directly? No. They wrote that away and said you was born through Adam. So Adam, the only person that wasn't born, Adam was actually created. Everybody else was born. And that birth is a sign of curse. And it's cursed because what you got to realize is this. During this time, the goddesses were being cursed and written out of the mythos. And the gods were assuming power and giving birth. So the only birth that so the only birth after this time that was deemed clean was the birth through the gods. That's why they tell you that it's cool to be born again through Jesus. They say you gotta be washed, because when you was born out of your mama's vagina, she birthed you with dirt and sin on you. So you gotta be reborn through a dude in order to cleanse that off you. And that's another way of them cursing a woman. This was what was going on in mythology and what was going on in literal history when this transition period was taking place. So any life that was coming out of the womb of the woman was said to be cursed in mythology. The womb was looked at as dirty. And the only births that were permitted as clean were through the gods, just like we see today in religion. Every baby that's born out of a woman got to get vaccinated with 100 shots. Something wrong with it. Nature didn't do it right. You know what I'm saying? We can't let it come out the womb. We rather cut it out the stomach. This is part of cursing the natural process of the womb. And we got to talk about that because that's going to go into UFOs and the elongated skull. That ties into phrenology. When we were having proper childbirth, when the woman was squatting, it shaped the head into more humans had conical style skulls. And you can see that in prehistoric skulls. And that's because they was having proper births. So they say the ancestors was aliens. Nope, we all would have heads like that if we wouldn't been born out of C-section and all that shit. And women laying down for births. You're born the proper way, everybody have a little cone type head. It may not be as exaggerated because a lot of cultures do other things to shape it that way, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. So here we're talking about the whole thing about us coming from these cone-headed gods, right? These are the cone-headed, big-headed gods that was said to create the rest of humanity. One of them we went over here was Yakub. One of them here was Zeus, and another one here, another form of Zeus again, Zeus and Zeus Ammon. And here these guys here is carrying on that literature in a form of sacred geometry with that womb upon that head. Now, why they got the womb right there is cursing the woman. The womb is in between the woman's legs, not on top of a guy's forehead. And the only time you get that in history was this mythology. But since this is the same mythology that plagues the Western world today in all of these different forms, people like me gotta reveal it. So at this time, guys, we finna go into the second portion of Mystery School, where we're gonna turn up and get even deeper, because remember, we just had to do this sacred geometrical introduction just to wake ourselves up. So let's take a 30-second, 1-minute break, and I'll come right back and we're gonna shift gears and go deeper in the rabbit hole. I'm gonna blow you away today if you stay with me. So hit the like button, people, and I'll be right back with you after this commercial break. All right, thank y'all for that break. We back. Excuse me. We are back, guys. Monday Mystery School. with your brother, Bro Sanchez. And it's time to shift gears and move on into the next portion. So let's read this real quick before we do so. Just a quick little note for people who are not sure about Yaqub. The black scientist, Yaqub was said to be the black scientist that created all white people. Elijah Muhammad of the Nation of Islam wrote a book titled The Father of Mankind. Now let's stop right there, because in that book he teaches that the white race was created by an evil scientist named Yaqub. Now let's do some etymology. Did you know that the word evolve is a person who accepts as true the biological theory of evolution? I'm not making it up. Let me show you. Excuse me, hold on, it's gonna take a minute. Look up there in the search engine. I looked up the root word of evolution, which is evolve, and I looked it up in etymology. And an evo is a person who accepts as truth the biological theory of evolution. So every person damn near on earth is an evil person. See, people, there's a coded language within this English language. And the word evil, meaning wicked, is exactly what I'm telling you here. All right, the people that created this mythology were the wicked people or evil people. Now, another way you can spell evil is just the root word of evolution, E-V-O-L. And what that is an actual person. An evil, again, right here is a person that accepts just like a Christian accepts the theory of Christ, an evil accepts the theory of evolution. So they got the whole world evil people and they don't even know it. Everybody is an evil person if you accept evolution. Ain't that crazy, man? Ain't that crazy? That right there is crazy. That's crazy. Now, who made the world evil? Because they made us evils by taking us away from the truth of nature and the goddesses. And when they done that, they flipped us upside down, which is another way of saying they made you crooked, wicked, evil. That's what evolution was. I told you I was going to show you how this tie into Charles Darwin and how evolution play a role in aliens. But I'm not through yet, because when I show you about the etymology of the word alien, you're really going to be like, damn. Now, we know the Nation of Islam is a Illuminati organization, Shriner organization. Scientology ain't no good about Scientology, and we're going to be exposing all of that today. So we're going to be here for a while because I got a lot of exposing to do. I hope you got some free time this Monday. I hope I can get you through your work shift at least. So as long as they broadcasting the radio today, I'll be broadcasting long as I need to. So let's continue here, guys. Much love to you all once again. Ain't that something? So we were taught that Yaqub was the father of mankind. And I told you that Atum was the father of mankind to the Sumerians. Adam was the father of mankind to the early Christians. And Zeus was the father of mankind to medieval Christians. When I say early Christians, I mean around the Minoan time, when they started leaving the serpent goddess and adopting the first Zeus mythologies. And those transformed into different forms of Zeus. I just showed you another form of Zeus with horns. That was a form of Zeus called Zeus Ammon. And we still give reverence to him at the end of every prayer when we say Amen. So again, now we got to just learn all of this before we go on. Here's another form of Zeus. And the reason I want to show you this is because You need to learn that this God you're looking at with his arm out like that is this first Pharaoh Normer. And I'm going to keep showing you that till you're blue in the face. You got to know that. I'll show him to you again. He's on a baking soda box with that arm just like you see it there. This is the quickest picture that I got of him here. This is Atum. He was the first god to exist on earth to the Sumerians, the man with the double crown, and he was called Anunnaki. And the reason we got this UFO shit today is the same reason Santa Claus wear a cone hat, because this became Santa Claus. People are saying, Brother Sanchez, I thought you was going to talk about aliens today. I am talking about aliens, man. This is the damn UFO, the cone head. See, I'm trying to wake you up to why we got all of this alien shit today. Why Nat Geo and Netflix keep telling you you come from ancient aliens, because they want to pan everybody back to these first royal families and say they gave birth to humanity, which is a lie, a deception. All right, so let's move on. Okay. So we see Atum here, and I hope y'all reading. And also you're looking at the images with the bent arm, which is also the bent scepter, and another form of Zeus here, the world's first pharaoh, the first man or the first president. He had a first woman, and he had a first family. All right. Now let's move on. We understand how that tie into everything right there. Okay. Okay. So here I just put up an image of Nefertiti, because there were many other women to rule in Egypt besides her, but not many of them wore this hat right here. Right? She was one of those woman rulers that really stood out in antiquity because of her selection of headdress. And that style of headdress resonates with us for the simple fact that it is a symbolic interpretation of the crown chakra here. And again, I showed you previously, this was also Yakub, and this was also a symbol of royalty to the ancients. Okay. We're about to get into the science of skull elongation. So if you think we're going deep now, we ain't going nowhere, guys. Just stay with me. We got to do this first, though. So there's Nefertiti. That's all I wanted to show you, what made her stand out in history. Another image of the god Normer, or the first pharaoh. And the only thing I'm pointing out here is just the UFO head. Just most sacred geometry. Nothing special here. This is all mythological forms of Narmer. That's all we're pointing out, okay? And then we finna go deep here in a minute. All right, hold on a second. That's him right there. Bam. Trying to go to the next image. And that's him in the form of Horus, the hawk. No need to talk about that. You saw the cone on top of the hawk head. All right. Here is a form of the goddess that I put up here. And this is right here is the same science we talking about of being connected with the crown chakra. The crown chakra connecting us to the cosmos. And now the reason I put up this image real briefly is to, now what we're going to do, we're going to skip over to our collage, I would say our slideshow. And I'm going to search for a couple images. And what we want to point out in the images is sacred geometry. Only dealing with images. Right now, we just only dealing with sacred geometry and images. So here, you know, just a artistic depiction of a UFO beaming up a human body, which is a mythological way of saying the consciousness exits the earth out of the crown chakra and I went over that previously. But this sacred geometry can also be seen in images like this, which became a UFO ship with a light beam at the bottom. So all of our ancient science of the transitioning of consciousness during rebirth, all right, and this was personified through the goddesses, as you can see here, right? This is the cup that was on the god Serapis' head that overflowed with life, which symbolized her womb with children coming out of it. And they put, Zeus had a womb on, see, earlier I showed you, excuse me, I moved the image, I'm sorry. But earlier I showed you the god Zeus with the woman bursting out of his head. And I also showed you the other god Serapis with the cup on top of his head. Well, this is the goddess with the Holy Grail on top of her head, which predates all of them gods. She predates all of them. So this was before they stole this from, you know, the goddesses. All right, and this is the cup that Jesus said runneth over with life, which is another personification of the womb, right? This is just the womb. This is the womb of the woman, that's all. And what it is the vaginal canal leading up into the uterus, which starts to expand to make those two ram horns that you saw on top of Zeus Ammon's head. I showed you that god Zeus Ammons with the ram horns. Those are the two horns of the uterus when they started to place the vagina upon the gods' heads and on their ribs like Adam, because they just wanted to curse the woman. Okay, sick mythologies. But they want to place the womb on a man today. Look at what they're doing with the transgender movement. I just showed you early in medieval mythology a man with a vagina on his head giving birth to a woman. Then I flipped over to our time and showed you Adam with a vagina on his rib giving birth to his wife. And then if you fast forward today in 2019, men are going to get surgery to put vaginas on themselves, and now they talking about being able to give birth in 2050. Men gonna be giving birth. So this mythology that they always had conceived in their minds is now becoming science. The mythos become is really the evolution of science as well. And I've been showing you how that can be synced together if you've been following me. So there you have it. I hope you're tracking with me how deep and sick this is. We're going to move on. And what we're going to talk about here is, well, we're not ready for this. We're going to talk about this here. Ancient burial and skull elongation. Okay, we're not ready for that yet. Just give me a minute to find some stuff that I'm looking for here. Hold on. I was doing a little research. I may save the Heaven's Gate presentation. I want to fit it in this one. If I have time, I will. Let's go to the slideshow now for the rest of this presentation. And let's talk some more about the UFO deception, some more syncretism, and exposing the New World Order agenda. All right, let me get my information together. Thank y'all for being patient. So let's talk about something called artificial cranial deformation. Okay, artificial cranial deformation. All right. Oh man, I'm all out of order today, ain't I? All right. The slideshow always acting up on me. There we go. So let's talk about, this is a form of artificial cranial deformation. Now, what we've been told, and this is going to be very important, this is probably where you want to take notes. Now, this is something called artificial cranial deformation. And the reason it's called artificial is because it's intentionally done. Now, artificial cranial deformation is called head binding, and it is a form of body alteration in which the skull of a human being is deformed intentionally. It is done by distorting the normal growth of a child's skull by applying force. Flat shapes, elongated ones, rounded ones, and conical ones are among those chosen. Now, we're not ready to talk about that stuff yet. My slideshow ain't in order, so just bear with me. So if I just appear to be flipping through random slides, trust me, I'll talk about it later. I know which ones I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. So this is a form of artificial cranial deformation. Now, artificial cranial deformation can be traced back to prehistoric times, and they can't put a date on it. And this is why they say we come from ancient aliens. So what we find out is that this practice is so common that during ancient times you could not find a skull that looked like ours today. This was worldwide. The ancients knew some about our anatomy that scientists aren't telling us today, because what I'm going to get into now is the ancient secrets and benefits of why they say they do this. And it's going to trip you out, right? So when the baby is born, the skull is soft and you can shape it during this time. And what the ancients was doing was called head binding, or ACD, artificial cranial deformation. And typically it's carried out on an infant, as the skull is most pliable at this time, like I said. So in a typical case, head binding begins approximately a month after birth and continues for about 6 months. Now, intentional cranial deformation predates written history. It was practiced commonly in a number of cultures that are widely separated geographically and chronologically. This is something we need to pay attention to, because this is where the Gregorian timeline and evolution get blown to pieces. You want to listen up. Excuse me, man, but this is deep stuff now. You want to listen to what I just read to you. People listen to me now. This practice predates written history. And this was going on in cultures that were separated geographically and chronologically. During prehistory time, these bastards told us that the ancients didn't even have boats, y'all. They told us they wouldn't even communicate with each other, yet the whole world was practicing artificial cranial deformation. And it was so rampant that when you find skulls past a certain date, all of them are elongated past a certain date. This was that common, y'all. This is why they say aliens once occupied the earth. Now you get it. See, Brother Sanchez just here to wake y'all up. Now hit the like button. We here to get rid of the spookism, y'all. All right? So all of our ancestors' practices was written away as pseudoscience and alien talk and spookism. Now, why did they do this, right? We can go on and on of how far back it go and the different cultures that did it. But one of the oldest cultures to practice what's called artificial cranial deformation is a culture called the Alans. ALANS. And I got news for you. I got some news for you. Some of y'all can see where I'm going with this. Think about what I'm telling you before I even say it now. Where I'm going with it. Let me show you where I'm going with it. Let me show you where I'm going with it. Hold on a second, y'all. Because you don't see where I'm going with this. You got to feel me on this. Now, one of the oldest groups to practice skull elongation were called the Allens. I just highlighted in blue. God damn it, that's where we get the word aliens, y'all. Wow. You know why we get the word aliens from the word Allens? Because the Allens were said to give birth to the Aryans. And the Aryans is the race that the white people come from. So now you see why they say Yakub, the alien, created white people. Hit the like button if I'm blowing you away today. I told y'all I do thorough research. I told you that. I told you that. I told you I do thorough research, man. Didn't I tell you? I told you. Now listen to what this is deep stuff. I gotta repeat this to you now for this Monday morning mystery school now. They said the white race come from Yakub, which was the creator of the original Aryans, and the Aryans trace back to a group of people called the Allens, and the Allens was said to be one of the original alien race. And the word alien in the Western world derived from the word Allen, because the Allen or Aryan race is also the fish race, the Dagon race. Look at the hats, y'all. Look at the hats, y'all. These are the people who rule the Western world. And we think they're aliens, but this was just their dress code. We call them witches today. We call them occultists. But if you look at what kind of hat that the witch wore, it was a cone-shaped hat. Golly. Golly. These sorcerers ran around with their cone-shaped hats on and they pagan practices. And today we call them aliens, fallen angels, descended gods that gave birth to humanity. Oh, it's time to wake up, y'all. That's all Brother Sanchez want to do to you. It's morning time. You should be woke. Good morning. Let's get some more knowledge. See, now look at the headdress. Right? See, white people originated from the people who wore these mitre hats, these fish people, these Dagon people, who they called themselves Aryans. Prior to that, they were known as Allens, and you can see the headdress is the same. That cone shape, right? We have birthday hats today, and the shape of our birthday hats is a cone. Why? Because this is the God of rebirth. I just told you it's cursing the woman. Now, you came out of your mama womb, and every birthday they make you put an obelisk on top of your head. Why? Because I just showed you that dude with the cone on his head. Look here. Look here. This just another birthday hat. It's an obelisk. You know they got that obelisk. See, when this culture is so sick that even your birthday hat is you putting a penis on your forehead. And I just showed you Zeus with the womb on his forehead. They said birth come through the penis, not the Venus. The man is the penis, the woman is the Venus. All right? The word Venus is venues, and we all come through venues. The venue is a conduit for traffic to come through, in and out of it. They hijacked this role from you, women. Now look at here. This is your birthday hat on your head. This the black stone that they turned into the phallus now, right here, the obelisk. on your head. Birthday hat. Santa Claus. Look at here. You see the little point right there? I don't know if y'all can see that, but this hat got a little point right there. That's that little black cube on the forehead. I just showed you the rabbi with the black cube right there, that little point right there. When they say they're going to anoint you in church, what they do, they grab the holy oil and they touch your forehead. Now, guess what the holy oil means? This finna trip you out. If you ain't, you think it's sick, right? You said, Brother Sanchez, this stuff is sick, man. I know it's sick. Hey, hold your stomach, say your breakfast, and stay with me. Let's get some enlightenment. Because it's finna get even sicker. Did you know that the holy oil is another way to say the sperm of God? I bullshit you not. Go and watch my Her Story, the His Story series, and watch volume 4. And I go into, in the ancient sick medieval European mythologies, they was guzzling semen in their mythology, in their spiritual stories. To be born again, they had to drink the sperm of the first God. I went over that, man. Go check it out. I went over how other interpretations of that sick story was you being covered in the sperm of the first God. And I'm not making this up. You can research it, prove me wrong. Don't take my word for it. Go watch Her Story, the His Story. Do your own research. Early mythologies, people in the myth to be born again had to be covered in the oil or the sacred liquid sperm. They had so many names for it, of this God. And in a lot of sick images, they had it pouring right from his penis with people standing up under it. Now, if you fast forward time today, what happens in the sick Western world? Men skeet their seed on top of women instead of in them, and they go against having sex the natural way and create children. Where did it come from? I told you this stuff happened in the spiritual system first. We all guilty of it. Where did you learn it from? Who taught you how to have sex? The same people who taught you your diet, how to think, how to dress, and everything else. They taught you a common way to do it is to skeet it on her face. Then hey man, I'm not making this up. We got to talk about it, because we got to talk about the history of the behavior. This is real stuff, and we got to be mature with it. Where did it come from? Skeeting the sperm on the woman's face. That was in the spiritual mythology. That was real stories that people believed in. The God was skeeting on their... Hold on. Hold on. Shit. I'm sorry. Hold on. So hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Oh my God. I just thought about that shit. In the ancient mythologies, God was skeeting on motherfuckers' faces. That's fucked up. And we doing it today. Hey, listen, stop. Hey, we gotta be mature. Come on, man. You know that shit funny though when you think about it though. God damn. I didn't mean to give y'all this morning. But goddamn, we oh man, wow. Goddamn, I just thought about it. God was skeeting on people's faces for them to be born again, and now we actually doing that in our bedrooms today. And I told you everything we practice start in the spiritual realm first. That's crazy. So what we see on this image, they putting the sperm on her forehead, you know. And like I said, in a lot of ancient stories, this was what they did. The reason it's on the forehead is right here. I gotta show you that. So you gotta keep in mind why I'm pointing out what I'm pointing out to. Because the first God that had this 6 story, here go another form of them here. And you know this is an elephant that the Hindu adopted because this first God was the God of the New World Order. And I keep telling you, he was worshipped all around the world. So over in Hindu, a form of him is Ganesh. And that trunk is actually a phallus. And do me a favor, y'all, remind me to do a presentation on this god Ganesh. And this is another alien god, as you can see, with the cone head. So that's why I wanted to point this out to you, all right? So here you see the cone head, because this is a form of Narmer to the Hindu, all right? Ganesh with the cone head, the alien god, or Yakub, right? And that trunk is the phallus, right? So there's another version of Zeus with the phallus or the womb on the forehead. And it can be either a womb, a cube, an elephant, because the trunk is the phallus. And of course, like I said, a womb, like you see right here. All right. So that's why they said a rebirth took place out of his forehead, because they would talk about the pineal gland. In other words, this was something that was conceived by the creators of the New World Order matrix. And this was the first creators of this New World Order are the gods that you see on your Roman pantheon. And I think it's 12 of them that resided in Olympia. All right. And that 12 disciples, right, again, with Jesus, which is Zeus. Okay. And this is what I was going to say about the Roman pantheon. The root word of it is Pan, because another name for Jesus is the goat god Pan, right? The Baphomet, which was the first god of the pantheon. Theos is God, Pan God, and he breaks down into 12, which starts the gods of Olympia. Now remember that Olympia is the capital of Washington. But now check this out, right? About these gods giving birth out of their forehead and people receiving sperm on their forehead to be reborn. Today, again, they give you holy oil. Right? Holy oil on the forehead. But back in the day, it probably was real sperm, man. Who knows? But I tell you, this sick practice got a sick history to it. The fact that this was written in mythology and people was receiving sperm on their head to be born again and anointed. And now they doing it as holy oil. And people don't really know what that means. That woman don't know that spiritually God's skeeting on her forehead right now. She think the pastor just anointing her. This is crazy. Now, you can look up many stories online of pastors that convince their congregation to drink sperm because they're practicing this ancient form of Christianity. I'm not making this up. Think I'm lying, man. Y'all think I'm lying. Look at here. Go look up the pastor who blessed his congregation by making them drink his sperm. Look, I swallow my pastor's sperm. This is an actual practice that takes place in Africa, where, you know, I'm gonna move on to the next phase. Y'all ain't ready for this truth, but I'm telling you, this all got to do with the bending and twisting of this UFO shit and being blessed by these ancient alien gods. I'm showing you the sick history of it all. And unfortunately, we got to go into this portion of it. All right? So people actually practicing this literally. And I'm telling you, it started in mythology first. So there's a lot to learn about aliens other than just cone-headed pseudoscience stories. I'm telling you about sex and everything, practices that we all guilty of, and the history of it, and how it got to do with these terms and these images. I'm tying it all together. So there you go. The word alien comes from the word Allen. And I went over that so we can move on now. All right, so we can move on. We're going to get into this slideshow later. So give me a minute to access some more of my slides and we finna go even more deeper. So let's talk about some of the ancient people. So listen, let's talk about artificial cranial deformation. Excuse me, hold on a second. Sorry about the delay and sorry about the black screen. We're going to continue on um, with the next portion of this Monday morning mystery school, which is leading us into artificial cranial deformation. And just a lot of the ancient tribes that practiced this were the Mangbetu tribe in Africa, also the Lucayan people in the Bahamas, the Aboriginal Australians, um, the Kushan Empire, the Maya, the Incan. Like I said, this was a worldwide practice. And I told you I would get into the reasons for why you would do this. So one of the reasons why ancients said they did this practice, it's actually a form of phrenology. And one of the things they said that it allowed the brain to access basically different levels of thought. And they said that the brain basically can be molded and it can be trained how to function. And they were altering their humans by shaping the brain. They made them access higher levels of awareness and frequencies that we're not able to. And today we see when they stopped these practices, there was a shift in the spiritual mythologies, like I explained, and that became the C-sections where they cut the babies out the stomach. They don't want them passing through the canal, so the ancestors wanted the baby to pass through the vaginal canal, and that would go ahead and start the process of elongation right there. And they would actually exaggerate the skull with an artificial process that we're showing and revealing now. All right, and basically they'll wrap that baby head up for a couple of months with a tight headband while that skull is soft in that soft stage. And when they take it off, it'll naturally grow that way. And this shapes the brain that way as well. And they said, the ancients said that a lot of reasons why they did this. And one reason was to signify group affiliation because, of course, there were many styles of head shaping. And again, it demonstrates social status was one thing. May seem crazy, but this was the ancient way. You know, they had a different understanding about reality than us, and I think they knew something that we really lack in today. But they said that a person with an elongated head would be more intelligent and more closer to the world of the spirits. This was some of the teachings about artificial cranial deformation. So there have been a number of various theories regarding the motivations for these practices, and I just gave a few. But there are obviously so much more, all dealing with the advancement of human thought. So what do we say about the ancients? We say that, man, they was on a way better level of thinking than us. Well, they was also shaping their head like aliens, and we're being taught that we come from ancient aliens by all of the modern scientists today. So this is very interesting to those who are really getting what I'm saying and tying it all together. Let's talk more about this artificial cranial deformation. So one of the groups that practiced this were the Allens, and again, that became the word alien, which is very interesting. So let's talk about, let me see, where were we? So yeah, they found some of these elongated skulls that they said date back to 2 million years ago. Now, I don't believe in carbon dating, but this was what had historians in a big ass debate for many, many years. See, this right here what split the timeline when we talk about Gregorian deception. And let me just show you the article, one of the articles right here. Hold on a minute. See, when they came with all the ET and alien movies, they was high in ancient science called phrenology. They wanted to teach us about aliens because they didn't want to teach us about phrenology. And phrenology is an ancient practice. So the ancient people were one primitive, they were very advanced because what they're calling artificial cranial deformation is not defaming the skull. According to the ancients, it should be called artificial cranial enhancement. Right? So, let me see here. Yeah, this article basically teach you about them finding these particular elongated skulls in Australia, debunk Darwin's theory of evolution, and all of that good stuff. So here it is right here in this part of it. So this idea fits with what's called a multi-regional theory. You know, that was another theory that explained human origins. That was an alternative. So one thing about all of these theories is that these elongated skulls dating back to these times that they date back to, it contradicts the other ideas for the origin of modern humans. It contradicts the out of Africa theory. Are you reading this? All right. So this is crazy stuff. Let me see. It was something else I wanted to, excuse me, well, I wanted to point out. It was something else I wanted to point out. Hold on, people, hold on. Okay, here we go. All right, so what basically what we want to take from that last article was that why does this, first of all, before we go any further, why does this finding these elongated skulls on every continent dating back as far back as they said they date back? Why does this contradict the out of Africa theory? Why does this contradict evolution? Because what we should have been finding was ape-like humans. Now listen, either we come from Bigfoot or goddamn E.T. Y'all don't hear me though. This is really a fucking zoo at this point. Think about what I'm telling you. When we talk about human origins, we talk about E.T. and goddamn Bigfoot. Either you believe you come from Lucy, some damn monkey you evolved from, or you some deep nigga who think you come from the aliens and Sirius stars and you fallen gods from the Anunnaki. You know I'm some kin to the Anunnaki. But Anunnaki my cousin. Hey, but real talk, man. Why does this debunk all of that crap? This show you that the ancients was so advanced during that time that they was practicing phrenology. They was practicing advanced forms of phrenology. A caveman wouldn't know shit about phrenology. A caveman wouldn't be into motherfucking artificial cranial deformation, what they call it today, which is a fucking curse. It don't do it any homage. It should be artificial cranial enhancement. Now, it's not defaming nothing. Now, they made a movie about the ancients joking on them. They call it cone heads. Who remember that movie? But anyway, check this out. Because this is crazy, right? You think you come from monkeys or aliens? Now, the ancients was said to be both by people who corrupt in their image, because they don't want you to know the ancients were advanced humans who were so advanced all around the world people were shaping their heads like this. So they got to say we come from aliens too, to explain these skulls. So we see scientists, the Vatican, and all of the modern scientists accepting aliens as fact today when no one ever saw one before. And that's just indoctrination. And that's just to write the ancestors out of history. So head binding or cranial shaping is called bandeau in French. In French, this is called bandeau. And today in Western world, we call people that practice this aliens, because the people who we know in our culture who practice it were the Allen race or the Aryans. All around the world, they call these aliens a different name. In Mexico, they call them something else, the chupacabra or some shit like that. All around the world, they got a different name for these cone-headed people. who practice this artificial cranial deformation. Why do we really want to pay attention to this presentation? Because this is an ancient practice of intentionally shaping their head this way, and the Western world deceivers want to keep us from knowing about this great practice of phrenology, and they're hiding the knowledge behind alien stories. So you done never learn about why the ancestors' head was like that because you too busy learning about alienation. See, over here they gave us alienation, ET, all of that. In Africa, they're learning about a practice called bando, which is where we get the word band from, like headband, because you saw the headband wrapped around that little baby. That's how you shape it this way. It's called bando. It's called bendo, or binding in French. So this is an old practice. Old practice. It's called different things to different people, and the people that shake their head this way are called different names. And all of those names that we refer to the people around the world that have this head shape is a synonym for alien. So in the Western world, they give us a lot of alien propaganda. Like, for example, this is fucking silly. You got some alien suckers here, right? And that's symbology. What are you sucking on? Zeus's head, which is what? An obelisk. So I don't even want to be too graphic. Let me move on. We ain't ready for that yet. Right here you had a Russian prime minister talking about an alien invasion, right? And they want to prime you up for the new drone technology that they're going to be coming out with. And I got another video that I'm going to be doing talking about the alien invasion. I touched on it recently. I'm going to do another one to follow up this one. But this is the deception that we get in the Western world. Nephilim, alien talk, Masonic authors that get Nobel Peace Prizes awarded to corrupt ancient practices. Now, there's no such thing as no Nephilim. Now, Nephilim is a synonym for alien. And like I said, all around the world, the word alien translates to an ancient advanced race. And I just told you that that ancient advanced race is no other than the freaking first families trying to put themselves on a godlike status in mythology. We went over that. They wore the fish hats. They had the elongated heads. And today we call them Nephilim. And we say we come from them. Here is prehistoric figurines of the serpent goddess. And the reason I'm showing you this, not to teach about the serpent goddess, just to show you why we wear the birthday hat, why we have the Christmas tree, the cone heads. The whole UFO creature is a plagiarization of an ancient practice called ancient cranial deformation. Take a minute and think about that. Take a minute and actually grasp what I'm teaching you here. It's very deep, man. This should have been something that rewrote his history books, but they swept it under the rug. So this collage here show you a bunch of gods that has the same mythology associated with them that we're associated with the Anunnaki, Nephilim, and aliens. Remember that Malachi York had these stories as well. And a lot, Sun Ray had stories of a mothership, sonship. The Nation of Islam teach about a mothership, which I'm going to expose here in a minute. It's Scientology teach about a mothership. The Mormons teach about a mothership. Jesus' rapture is basically a mothership. This thing that's going to come pick up all the Christians in the clouds is a UFO ship. And this God, Jesus, is an ancient form of Zeus with the elongated head that I showed you about, right? Symbolizing rebirth through him. And a group called Heaven's Gate created a massive suicide because their cult leader told them they was going up on a spaceship to meet up with this God. And it was none other than but another form of Yakub, and the people killed themselves. But this is the same thing everybody symbolically doing around the world. They're killing themselves in another way, because once you accept this alien God, you become alien to yourself, right? And you don't know who you are because you're trying to be who this alien God wants you to be. You're no longer an earthling, and you behave like a creature foreign to earth. And that's why the church is more cleaner than the water we drink, because we act like a species that landed here from another planet. And the mythology that indoctrinated us did that to us. It made us aliens to the earth, to ourselves. When we realized the truth behind how the story of aliens corrupted our true history, and in spiritual inheritance and knowledge of phrenology and so much more about cranial shaping and the ancient sciences, the benefits of why the ancients said they elongated the skull and that it's still being practiced today. I mean, it's something you want to stay open-minded about. So this collage show you the many gods that, see, the ancients said that by shaping your skull, you have a better connection to the gods. So when they say E.T. phone home, E.T. phone home, they're corrupting ancient science. Remember E.T. phone home? Phone home is a connection to the gods, man. Phone home is a connection to the gods. E.T. is an alien that is represent the ancestors. They said that the people who practice this style of cranial shaping are more connected to the ancestors and more connected to the gods. Okay, so this became E.T. phone home. It also became cone heads because they like to joke on this African spirituality, or I mean this ancient spirituality. They like to joke on it, right, in Hollywood. So they turn these people into cone heads and E.T. stuff like that. So if you look at E.T. head shape, that's another style head shape that they give to Yakub. And just to get into a little sacred geometry, we can go back and check that out a minute. They're not making this up. Hollywood don't do nothing original. Like, they literally find this stuff, right? So as many styles, these are the many styles of ancient cranial shaping, right? And as you can see, man, there's plenty of unique styles, like tennis shoes. You know, they were so good at phrenology. I want you to think about this when you look at this image. What you're looking at is ancient technology. I told you, the ancient didn't build cell phones. Everything we build with electronics and cell phones and all of that, and computers and modems, it's just mimicking what the human body can do. You can do everything the computer can do. You can do everything the phone can do. When they said the ancients would communicate with telekinesis, we still do it today, and we don't even got elongated skulls. You read each other's mind without elongated skulls. So imagine what these people do. Because they said it connect you more. It connect you more, right? So the ancestors didn't build cell phones and they didn't build large towers. They were building the Tower of Babel, which was the human skull. That Tower of Babel symbolized so much because when you get into ancient cranial forming and shaping, the secret to it was to try to get the, of course, with anything we do, we're going to try to get the most of it. So it was to get the longest one and tallest one. So I guess that would mean a better connection. Now I know that sounds funny because they made it funny to you. They programmed it as a joke to you. When they gave you that movie Cone Heads, They had the cone head comedian communicate with his planet by touching the forehead. Remember that? How many of the people my age remember cone heads? How did they communicate with their home planet in cone heads? They touched their cone in the phone home, ET phone home. So the ancestors didn't make tall towers. They stretched the skull to be taller. Ain't that some? What I told you earlier is about software, not hardware. The brain is the software that creates the hardware that we call a computer or a speaker, which is mimicking the ear. So the ancestors didn't try to mimic the software and make an external hardware robotic version of it. They tried to enhance themselves, which was the technology that we're trying to make it exist in us. So that's what phrenology was about. It's a form of alchemy. So they thought by shaping the brain during these first stages, you can create a better human. And this was turned into the story of Yakub trying to create a more better human in the laboratory. And he was basically, the ancestors was practicing ancient cranial shaping. And when they tell you the story of Yakub, this would have been the science they would have been practicing during that time to achieve the different types of humans. Even today, they classify the human types by the shape of the skull. Did you know that? So I'm giving you some deep knowledge today, people. Even today. And they separate the timeline by the skull types. Because you can look at human bodies like prototypes. The ancients were shaping the type of human that they wanted to be from birth through the process of phrenology. So they can look at your skull type and say, you're this generation of human. Just like a robot maker say, oh, this is version 31XX100. That's that style of robot. Now we got a better enhanced version, and this is the series WXXX5. We look at history and we look at the different types of humans by the skull shapes, because this was the type of cranial shape. It's a science to this. And you really have to know what you're doing. I'm talking, this show you that the people that was doing this weren't no cavemen and women. This is an advanced science. Advanced. You're playing with a child. You can kill that child. You got to think about how advanced this is. You got to think about this, people. This is advanced stuff. To be able to do this traditionally for years, and there's not a bunch of deaths happening because people doing this practice. Actually, what they saying is true, and these people are more in tune than regular people. It's something about all the people that practice this stuff today. It's something about them. It's like they live in a different world than everybody else. Guess what? They don't got cell phones. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Cause you got to listen what I'm saying right now. In this culture, they don't got iPhones, but they got ancient cranial shaping. Do that mean they still got telekinesis? Would they tell the rest of the world so you can laugh at them and make more cone head videos? You see why they don't talk to us? Because we're fucking jerks. We're bone-headed, closed-minded Westerners. Everything the people tell you, you ain't gonna do nothing but go make a damn movie about it and joke on the people. That's all you Westerners gonna do. I wouldn't talk to you either if I had some ancient science that connected me to the people. Because this all you gonna do to me, you're gonna make a mockery out of me. So Brother Sanchez, if them people knew telekinesis, why they ain't telling everybody? I just told you. Every time they come talking to us, this is what we do to them. Every time the people tell us, hey, we stretch our heads so we can communicate with the dead better. We stretch our heads so we can have telekinesis. Y'all need cell phones. The people that practice this stuff ain't. Let me tell you something now. Let me tell you something now. Let me tell you, you got to think about this. The people that practice this tradition, you won't find. Show me a picture with one of these people on a cell phone. Email it to me. You can't find it. And that's something you got to think about, man. That's something you got to think about right there, man. All around the world to this day, people that practice this tradition of skull shaping do not use modern technology. They don't fuck with modern technology. That's something to think about, y'all, because they are the technology. They looking at you like, damn, they radiating themselves, they building all these towers. Why don't they just practice phrenology? Don't they know what we are? Don't they know that we're fucking cosmic beings? Through the practice of alchemy, phrenology, the years of research the ancients been doing on the human anatomy, how to alter the body to achieve certain things. And it's all written away as cone head jokes and alien talking, E.T. phone home, when the ancients said they were stretching their heads because that gave them all kind of telekinetic abilities. What are we doing today? We're stretching long ass towers up so we can communicate telekinetically through telephones. The people that stretch they goddamn skulls ain't stretching up damn 5G towers up and building up towers. They stretching up that they practicing this here, right? Communicating that way. Now you're gonna laugh at that because you're a Westerner. And I told you they program you to laugh at it. In this movie, these people was communicating telekinetically and even having sex by just touching on their cone head. Now it's a joke to us in the movie. And they want it to be something you laugh at. But remember, when you laugh, just remember, when you get through laughing, you're laughing at your ancestors. Now, this is the cone right here. Let's get deep, right? Sacred geometry. This is a collage I made that show you the ancient spiritual concept of E.T. phone home and stretching the skull to have telekinetic abilities, stretching the skull to connect with the dead and the ancestors. This is a collage I'm gonna teach you right now with sacred geometry, what the ancestors was trying to tell you. Now they stretched their skull like these. You see how this thing look like a cone, right? See, every time now there we go. The ancestors said that shape connect you to the heavens, to the gods. And with sacred geometry, what they give us today, you can see how they stole that ancient spiritual science, man. Look at here. Let's start with the symbol at the bottom left corner. That's the Wi-Fi symbol. What does it shape like? A cone head, a birthday hat. What does Wi-Fi mean? Communicating telekinetically, man. What did the ancestors say? That they was practicing this ancient cranial stretching so they can have telekinetic abilities. So why ain't they teaching us that? But they charging us for Wi-Fi, which is an external version of that science. They mimicking that. They studying ancient people and they turning what the people do into a technological form. They're reverse engineering it, y'all. Just like they can study an animal called a jaguar, and they can study that animal and see how it runs and how it conserves energy to be able to go at them speeds without having a heat stroke. And they can study that animal's body, and they can go and reverse engineer an animal called a jaguar into a vehicle, into a car. And guess what, y'all? The damn car called a jaguar runs exactly like the animal called a jaguar. because it was mimicked after that animal. And that goes for the Mustang too. It was mimicked after a Mustang. You see how they reverse engineering nature? That's what I'm telling you. So that's why I want to show you with these images. They reverse engineering the ancient practice of skull stretching into Wi-Fi technology. And we're communicating on little apparatuses that allow us to have telekinetic abilities. But we don't need these phones and towers killing us. But if you want that ability, you'll have to practice this thing called ancient cranial shaping. How many of you are willing to walk around having a cone head? I am. Shit. Fuck it. If it's gonna give me all them abilities and it don't hurt, it's a painless process. It starts at birth when the skull is soft, and it's said to have all of these abilities. Shit. Sign me up. It was a normal practice, y'all. Today's circumcision is, vaccinations is. And you telling me something like this was a normal practice in the ancient day? Sign me up for that. Fuck the vaccinations and all that. This seemed like some real advanced spiritual technology, you know. So it was aiding the process of the womb. It's naturally what the womb is trying to do is elongate the skull. That's why you squeeze through it. So the ancestors was just aiding that process through these phrenological practices. Now, let's talk about these images, right? So you got Wi-Fi, you got a step pyramid. We see step pyramids all over the world. We taught about that in so many presentations that you know, I shouldn't be so redundant. So we know that the step pyramids is the Tower of Babel. That they said that they was building that Tower of Babel to connect with the gods. Now the ancients said that they were stretching their skull to connect more with the gods. Again, I'm telling you how they took ancient science and turned it into modern stories and mythologies that got us now laughing at advanced topics like phrenology. You know, I don't want no stretch head, Brother Sanchez. You don't understand what technology is. You don't understand. This is so far ahead of y'all time. This is why scientists had to debate this shit. They said, ain't no way these people was practicing these procedures and they was Flintstone cave people. Not doing this. This is advanced science, y'all. This skull shaping is advanced science. A very high level of science, people. I'm serious. And the fact that you have many forms that show you how far this practice had evolved around the world. Right? And they was building different shapes to achieve different kind of humans so that the humans can do different things like X-Men and shit. Mutanoids. This is what the alien shit is about. Supernatural abilities. Because of connection. Right? So we see in this image other skull forms. For example, you have the famous ET head. You can't help but remember this head, right? Come on now, people, reminisce with me. Don't you remember this movie when he put the Skittles on the ground to lure him out there? This was that shit now, wasn't it? I might have to go watch this with my children again. I know you programming them, boy. Man, hey, it was a good movie still. Shit. It was still a good movie. Now, let's talk about E.T. Why did, this was something, E.T. ain't nothing new, man. That's all I'm telling you. Shaping the head like this to phone home and connect with the higher heavens, E.T. phone home, it's nothing new. This is an ancient story that was told. So E.T. was a modern form of Yakub, and that's crazy. I look back at it, I say, damn, they've been giving us this shit in so many forms that it's crazy. And now I get it. Ancient aliens, like, you guys are really making fun of our ancestors, you know, because this is what this form of skull became the famous ET version. You can research this. Go to godkingscenario.com, look up artificial cranial deformation. They wrote an article on it, and just take it with a grain of salt. They took this version here for the famous ET alien, right? And like I said, nothing they do is original. Nothing they do is original. So this ancient science of skull shaping and creating different human types by achieving different skull types became alien talk. And what do they show you in all the alien movies? They show you aliens having different subspecies and creating different forms and alterations of themselves and shit, like Terminator and shit like that, right? Transformers and shit, different subspecies created by a higher one and shit. This what was going on Earth, and it was a worldwide practice. And depending on what skull type you had, you were good at certain things. You fit a certain area of society, right? So the ancestors had a great advanced world because they was actually literally shaping the humans into what they wanted them to be. Right, and this was said to create an advanced type of human with supernatural abilities. And all of the alien mythologies, all of the aliens have supernatural abilities. They can fly, they can do all this, all right? Like E.T. It's just them taken from your ancestors. I don't know if they can fly and all that, but I know that the people that was doing this was able to fly spiritually. They was able to connect with the gods. They was able to leave the earth and go to higher realms. So that leads me back to this image, because this is an image that we get today of the human crown chakra, and they tell us that the crown chakra connects us to the ancestors, to the heavens. And just looking at sacred geometry, what we can see here is that the ancestors thought by stretching the head, it actually aided the energy to connect through the crown, basically. That the head was an antenna. And what they're finding out in science today is that the human's electromagnetic energy field, what we call the aura, is basically created from what we call the crown chakra, right? So that's interesting. So that means that the ancients already knew that, and y'all just figuring it out. And not only did they knew that, they knew that by practicing these phrenological practices, they can enhance that ability within the human. So they were far more advanced than modern scientists today. So let's move on today. Now, because they don't get the credit for this, they get laughed at for this. All right? Soon as some European scientists make a breakthrough and figure out how to do this, you better believe Americans gonna be walking around with cone heads. They ain't figured it out yet, trust me. And they gonna act like some Western motherfucker invented it. I'm telling you, that's how they do when they figure out some shit that the ancients was doing. That they when they find out something they don't know, they joke on it. When they reverse engineer, then they want to take credit for it. Then they tell you, we was once dumb and we laugh at early scientists who didn't know this, and now we see today that it was this. No, you're reverse engineering it. You was laughing at the people because you didn't know how to steal the shit yet. And when you found out how to steal it, wasn't no more joking. Now it's theft taking place. Ain't no laughing now. We figured your shit out. So that's what I'm telling you. All of what they call alien technology come from reverse engineering science that originate from these cultures right here, y'all. They was connecting. All of our technology was said to be conceived on higher realms by higher beings. That means literally people was on earth connecting to higher realities existing within this one via the crown chakra, and they was able to go places no man can go. And why was they able to do it? Because they figured it out, how to alter the human body and extend the antenna. The head is the antenna. And this practice is all about extending the antenna. And that was turned into Tower of Babel, which is extending tower, just trying to connect with the heavens. But this is a phrenological practice that was going on, that was put into a mythological story about people stretching a tower to talk to the gods. They were stretching their heads to talk to the gods, and you laughed at them and called it aliens, and you told a story about some Babel to connect with heaven. And you later retold a damn story with heaven gates. Now what we're looking at in this image is a stairway going up into a gate. That what you're looking at there is the Tesla Tower, the Egyptian lotus flower, the Islamic purgatory, where one go to purge thyself from the matrix. And up, see, listen to me now. Let me go here for you. This is called purging. Whenever you enter a tube, it's called purging or surging. Electricity surges or purges through a tube. You got the squeeze, you got the purge, which is another word of purge. And when that happens, it will strip you of all wickedness or evil. They turned this into the Christian cross to wash away the sins. But this is rebirth, ascension. Okay? Ascension. Now, going through this tube, exiting the earth through the crown was called purging. And it later became a mythological story in early Christianity called purgatory. Leaving the earth, going to this middle realm in between lifetimes. This is transition, ascension. Let's talk more about purging. Earth, wind, and fire were practitioners of this ancient science. In this cover, I love it. It gives you the dome, the sky wheel, that's flat earth ceiling above you, with the stairway to heaven leading up into Polaris, which would be the most highest pineal gland. So if you want to know more of what I'm talking about, if you give me 1 minute, we'll pull it up right now at this time. We'll do that for you right now. Think y'all get the point? Think you get the point? Let me show you. There was a group called Heaven's Gates who took this sick religion, and committed the biggest massive suicide ever. Teaching people that they was gonna get caught up in a rapture in a UFO ship. This is the same shit they teach the Christians, y'all. And it's gonna be more massive suicides in the future carried out by the government when they stage these alien invasions, when they use blue beam to stage this second return. It's gonna be people killing themselves because they think they didn't make the rapture. They don't want to stick around for the tribulation period, because it teach in the Bible, if you don't make the rapture, it's best to kill yourself. Because in them days, after a certain time, you ain't going to be able to die. And the beast's going to walk around torturing people, but you ain't going to be able to die, so you're going to stay alive while your head chopped off and feel the pain. While they ripping your skin off, you ain't going to die. This is what they taught in my church. During the tribulation period after the rapture, everybody left on earth gonna witness wormwood crashing to the earth, all kind of wicked, scary shit in them days, and you ain't gonna be able to die. Said people gonna be trying to kill themselves, but they ain't gonna be able to die. That's how bad it's gonna be. So think about it. If they stage a second return right now, and most of these diehard Christians that's waiting on a rapture, which is their lifelong dream to make the rapture, and they don't make it, it's going to be a big, massive suicide, buddy. Worldwide, billions of people going to kill themselves. Billions of people going to kill themselves. Because I ain't going to lie, man, when I was a Christian, the thought of missing a rapture was worse than death. Because what they explain how scary shit gonna be on the earth after that. So there were many occultists who used that same mythology to create massive suicides, and there was a group called Heaven Gates. And the symbol of that, the collage I got on the screen now is just to play with your third eye a little bit. I know you looking at it. Keep looking at it, right? They told you Jesus was the key. He was the key to the gates. And remember that the key is the uterus. I love sacred geometry. Hit the like button if you love sacred geometry, because this is what I'm using to teach right now. See, what you got is the ancient cosmos, which shaped like the key. This became the Christian cross. This is rebirth. The gods took this from the goddesses. No need for me to be redundant. That UFO ship is a uterus. It's rebirth. This science was taken by many evil men to create massive suicides. Heaven's Gates was one of them. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to keep on looking at this collage. I got it up there for the reason, because what I'm about to do now, I'm about to fuck you up. Look, told you. Ha! I'm about to, I do everything for a reason. Then I just fuck you up, didn't it? Now, then I just fuck you up. Now, I just told you a group called Heaven's Gate took this same ancient science, and that was the biggest massive suicide in history. And look at the symbol, y'all. Look at the symbol. That's the keyhole. What? I told you, man, that I do this now. That G represent the spiral of life and resurrection. Look at their symbol, man. This is why he convinced all them people to kill themselves. That resonated with them people. This is ancient science. They got this way down in the Amazon. The oldest stones, let me show you something right quick, man. Y'all think this a game. Now this is ancient stuff. Show you something right quick. Oh, they messing with me now. Yeah, here we go. Look, y'all. These things are huge stones caught. Now, these are prehistoric. Listen to me for a second. This is prehistoric. Ain't nobody got no business doing this kind of carving and stonework during prehistoric time like a fool. This is why none of they damn shit make no sense. This is why the Gregorian calendar don't make no sense. This is why Darwin was a damn fool. You telling me a monkey did this kind of work? You think this shit's easy? Let me see you do it. This stone weighs tons, y'all, and it's one piece. Do you hear me now? Prehistoric people achieved this. And why did they make it? Not to sit on for it to look stupid and just say ooh wee. This was science they was telling you, man. That is a shrine. That's an altar. Let me tell you something. Back in the ancient day, the ancestors will make a circle around this thing and manifest all type of energy in the environment. This is an altar. We don't understand when we looking at advanced spiritual technology, and it aggravates me today because when you look at stuff like this, they call it primitive. This is advanced spiritual technology. It takes groups of people to access this shit. We're talking ritual technology. We're talking the type technology to beam your ass up out of this body into another parallel universe. And they call it UFO, time traveling, space traveling. And this became a damn UFO ship. And you had some sick leader take ancient science with his evil ass, and he corrupted it, and he stole the symbol of the ancients, and it caused a massive suicide, telling them people to kill themselves to travel through these different gateways. The ancestors wouldn't commit suicide. They were practicing phrenology. They were practicing ancient skull shaping. Stuff you would laugh at the day you don't know nothing about because you're a little kindergarten. You're a small human. This is out of your league. We know you don't want a cone head because your fitted cap won't fit right. We know you don't want to practice that ancient practice because you think the ancient stupid because the Western world got you laughing at ancient science. Now this man took this ancient science and created a cult just like they doing all over the world today. Jesus is another form of it too. Everybody, this is what I'm showing you here. Jesus said, I'm the key. This is a keyhole. That man said, I'm taking you to another world and I got the keys to it. I'm the gateway to it. And they committed suicide. And the symbol that he used was a keyhole, y'all. This is the all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. This Illuminati. I'm trying to tell you what they hiding from you. People are time travelers. What do Masons call themselves? Traveling men. People time travel. These men, they leaving this earth, man. They manipulating this realm from higher realms. These occultists, they say they traveling men. That's deeper than what you think, man. These people time travelers. Some of them who deep with it. The universe ain't gonna not allow them permission because they evil. If you got a human body, you can do this. So look here. This is the all-seeing eye above the pyramid. Everybody hiding this science, but it's ancient. Don't this look like an eyeball? Now don't this look like an eyeball? Ain't this a pyramid that's on top of? Same sacred geometry, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the like button now. I'm just showing you how it is being bent and twisted in many forms. See, look what else it became. Let me show you. Remember this dude? The ancestors been telling this story, man. And they been stealing it. They talked about stretching the skull to connect with the heavens. And it turned them into UFOs. Look at here. The Western world took this ancient science and put it in a video game. Why he got a red dot right there? The same reason they put that sperm on that lady's forehead earlier. The same reason them people got a red dot on their forehead over there in India. It's about connecting with the heavens. Now what happens in Mario when you see Toadstool? You leave the earth. Y'all better hit the like button. Because you know I'm dropping it, man. And I got to conserve my energy. Come on now. What happened when you see Toadstool in Mario 3? In Mario, whenever you see Toadstool, you leaving the earth. People, they just been stealing from you now. They ain't been doing them but stealing from you now. Listen to me now. You're walking around the earth, lollygagging around on the earth, and you just so happen to go to this little hidden world, right? And you meet this toadstool creature in a hidden world, and you don't come out the same. That's what the ancestors taught. The ancestors said, by traveling to these different worlds and tapping into that plane, and they had many practices to do it. Stretching the skull is one that we don't talking about today. That toadstool creature is your ancestors with the skull stretch, trying to connect with different worlds. This was an old practice, y'all, all around the world. They said wasn't no telephones back then, and I believe them, because people were scratching their skulls and they was communicating telekinetically. This started a big debate in history. All of these elongated skulls on every continent dating back this far made historians, a lot of historians challenge these modern Darwinistic theories, because this is an advanced practice. So it showed we didn't evolve from monkeys because we didn't find monkey skulls. And they try to say monkeys because the monkey skull looks similar to a human that has practiced ancient skull shaping. They're very deceptive now. I did my research before I went live, so you don't have to take my word. Prove me wrong. When you start researching this and you see what happened in a historical debate when they started finding these stretched skulls, you will see a lot of deceptive scientists who want to serve their agenda and hide this knowledge came with the monkey thing. Darwin was one of them. They came with the monkey thing because out of all the animals on Earth, the people on Earth who stretch their skulls, a human skull of a person that been practicing this practice look just like a chimp or a gorilla skull. So they hid this knowledge behind ape stories, and they found a damn good animal. Because when you look at a chimp skull or a gorilla skull and look at one of these ancient cultures that was practicing this skull elongation, they look so much similar. So scientists use that to hide this knowledge. But this meant connecting to go to other worlds to alter your energy. So what the ancients was doing, they was trying to leave this body, go to like these dream worlds, these alternate realities, and they would bring things back from those realities into this body, certain characteristics that they couldn't conjure here. Their consciousness would go to what we call higher versions of themselves, and they would take certain attributes or unique features from their higher self. You ever had a dream that you was a better version of yourself? You ever had a dream that you could fly? You ever had a dream you were rich? You ever had a dream that you were more responsible? You are. These are all the different variations that you can be at any different given moment. All of these realities exist in synchronicity. So the ancestors say you can actually shift your consciousness into these higher realms that has these higher possibilities and potentials of what you can be, and bring those attributes back right here to this realm to benefit you here, so to speak. So connecting to the gods was connected to the higher self as well, the realm of the ancestors, right? So is another way of saying visiting the oracle, all right? And these aliens were called oracles, messengers from the heaven. And if you think of what toadstool is, he's a messenger, he's an oracle. Now the ancestors said that once you practice this toadstool spirituality or this umbrella stone spirituality, that you basically can alter your earthly energy for the good and become more godlike. So what happens when Mario visits the mushroom? He receives something that benefits him. And every time he leaves out of one of these, he's a better person. Take a minute and hit the like button, and I'll be right back. Oh, we ain't going nowhere. We still busy. School is still in session. We just got through talking about Toadstool, how that character was a plagiarization because these bastards are not original. Excuse me, y'all, but I cannot stand copycats. I hate that because I'm an original person and I put a lot of time into being original. And I done had so many niggas just copy me, don't give credit, steal my style, slogans, titles, terms, you name it. That means you're a plagiarist. Now, when you take something from a person, you learn from them, you give credit because you don't give money. That universally, you naturally in your heart, you feel like you're supposed to give credit. But what stop it is the ego because you want all the credit when we all know we learned from somebody. So I'm just saying originality is everything, y'all. Being original helps you tap into organ energy. That's why the root word of original is the same thing as organ. Right? So, but let's get back on subject with our UFO talk. We see Toadstool, man, is not original. It's come from the umbrella stone. These are all around South America. This became a South Park character. There's a character on South Park that has a hood on. They turned that into this character. This also became one of my favorite cartoons, Hey Arnold. And, you know, like I said, these people ain't original. The sacred geometry has always been here. And again, we know this is the UFO ship with the light beam dropping down and the all-seeing eyeball on top of the pyramid. But don't you just love sacred geometry? Damn it, ain't nothing like sacred geometry. It's almost like a food, right? All right, so let's move on. Because sacred geometry reveals so much. Again, a group called Heaven Gates took this. This is the UFO ship with the light beam, but it's also a keyhole because that represents a gateway. This is the beauty of sacred geometry because everything connects when you're syncing it together. So when I'm teaching you, I'm showing you how to do it while I'm teaching you now. I'm showing you how to do it now. This is an ancient practice that I'm rebirthing through me using images. And this is what they made a cult, right? Don't be scared of it. This is why people say, Bro Sanchez a Mason. Bro Sanchez awakened. Right? I'm not a Mason, I'm awakened. Yeah, I ain't no Mason, I'm awakened. See, when you start telling them like that, then they got to feel you. Now let's move on, man. So what we looking at also is the baby hooked to the umbilical cord. All right, because y'all know me, I like to do sacred geometry. And this is right here is practice for the third eye. Okay? You need to know these symbols because they're using them to their advantage. And because this is not interesting to you, it becomes ignorant. You know, you become, because your ignorance allow this shit to be a cult. And shouldn't be no damn a cult. Your ignorance what make it a cult. Long as you ignore it because you ignorant or you ignorant, you ignore shit. That's what make it a cult. And I'm just trying to open your eyes. You got a G with a line attached to it. I'm teaching you how to decode symbols, y'all. It's simple. The baby is balled up in the fetus with the umbilical cord attached to them. And it's a capital G with a line. Okay? It's a baby. It's a baby inside of a fetal bag with a umbilical cord connecting it to the earth, which is the mother. Right? Open your eyes. Brother Sanchez I'm basically on a spiritual level, I'm throwing water on you. right? You wide awoke, your body wide awoke. But why I use these images and why I fuck with y'all like this with these images is because on a spiritual level, I'm basically throwing water on you, waking you up. Like every time you get that aha moment, the spirit is ascending into new areas of understanding and consciousness. That's so healthy for your soul, man. Let me tell you, you looking at rebirth, we got to look at this. This is where you come from. This is what this man took this thing, and this is a lot of symbols, right? So the baby is like a capital G, right? A capital G hooked to the umbilical pole, and they're gonna turn that into, you know, the soul. That baby, you got to understand something. This baby is a soul traveler. That baby came from the stars, buddy. I keep telling you now, the astronauts is trying to give you occult science now. Every time them niggas go up there in space and come back down, they ain't going nowhere. They just went in the green screen room and hooked all that goofy ass suit on. Stupid mother. Oh, let me stop. See? And it's magic. And people be crying. Ooh, ooh, did you see the smoke from the rocket tail? Lord God, bless our astronauts for making them get back to Earth safely. With each trip, them bastards ain't going no goddamn well, but in the back of a damn warehouse with some cigarette smoke all in it, and a nigga with a green screen saying, "Hey man, you ain't really looking like you floating right. Hold your leg right, nigga." This shit is hilarious. And it resonate with you because you remember being born. Your spirit remember coming to the earth, being hooked to that lifeline. See, if somebody cut this line, his ass is grass. At least that's what they teach it. See, that's what they teach. They say he risking his damn life just to figure out some shit in the black darkness. And he gonna float around for a little few hours and come back and say, "Yep, y'all, you know, the quality of space today is good. You know, it's a lot of solar radiation, you know, and a lot of, you know," shut the fuck up. Playing with these folks. Stealing what the ancestors been saying. And you telling the language in an occult way. See, because when they leave the earth and come back, that's what you do. Remember, the ancestors ain't have a word for death. They just had rebirth, right? Every time them niggas go out there, in the rocket it's the phallus, and the dark space is the vagina, and it eject this knuckleheaded Negro up out of there, like sperm coming up out the phallus. And see, he enter a fetal bag to come back to Earth. Because they don't take the rocket back home. Duh. They come back home in the vagina, in the woman, in the shuttle. Let me show you something. See, NASA ain't nothing but an occult organization that's giving you ancient sex magic, ancient sex science. Now, they leave in a rocket because our conscience come from our Father. The spark, the light have come from the Father. So the conscious have leaves from the phallus, the Father, as a sperm cell with a tail on it. Ain't that's what this nigga look like with the white suit on with the tail on it? Y'all, they ain't doing it but stealing ancient stories and telling it to you on a green screen in a cult. And people be crying when they do that shit. Now they leave in the rocket. He skied them out of the doggone phallus, and he hooked to the umbilical cord when he come back to the earth inside of the shuttle. You know, the little shuttle thing. Let me show you. Hold on. I don't think I'm calling it the right name. You know what I'm talking about, the little circular thing. They had it on the cover of Parliament. Think mothership cover. Let me see. Yeah, these. I forgot what it's called, but this what they come home in, right? And they say, and what happened is a parachute is up here and they land back on Earth. So they leave in a rocket and they come back and then they come back to Earth in a triangle or a womb, right? And that's what he's telling you right here. Mothership connection, mothership. All of the old psychedelic rock stars and all of that, they created that music by tapping into these higher realms. When you go back and listen to that psychedelic music, it take you on a trip. That's what I'm telling you, man. I'm trying to tell you, because they was occultists. I just showed you Earth, Wind, and Fire cover, and they was talking about the same shit. Now this Parliament cover, mothership connection. Why you think this nigga got his legs open? Let me show you why he got it open. Let me show you why. They was trying to talk to you. Look here. They was telling you about the goddess, man. That's what they were telling you, the mothership connection. That's why he got it. People say he was gay. He was fruity. No, he was trying to speak to you using symbolism and he didn't want to get fucking assassinated. That's why they got rid of the vinyl records. Back in them days, artists was spending thousands of dollars just on the artwork cover. They was hiring real painters and doing all kind of crazy artwork to teach us code. It's so many fucking hidden messages on old vinyl record covers, man. Them is filled with sacred geometry. These artists was speaking to us, y'all. And they got rid of that kind of artwork and stuff. And they got it where you just download the shit offline. Cause they saw a lot of these artists was connecting with the fans, telling them the secrets through the artwork. To the people that was awakened, they was decoding this shit. So other people was saying, man, that nigga gay, cause you surface and you dumb. That man is screaming at you. He's saying, please wake the fuck up. I mean, he can't put it more clearer. The shit was called Mothership Connection. He's coming out of the damn shit NASA said they come out of with the fucking umbilical cord. He was trying to tell you about the space, that shit then, to wake up. With his legs open, symbolizing the goddess, childbirth. I'm just waking up to it myself. Don't feel bad. Now, let's talk about it some more. So we see that they're giving us esoteric science. All right, that this space program is a religion that's reselling the people the same resurrection, rebirth story that the church getting. But instead of Jesus, you get an astronaut that's born again. Every time he go leave the earth and come back, guess who else did that, y'all? Jesus. See, Jesus left the earth and came back with divine knowledge. And because of that, people worship Christ. People, that's what's going on today with the space program. How these people know more about our earth than us and we live on the motherfucker too? How they know more about the earth than your grandmother when she can go in the backyard and make a remedy in a second? How they know more about the earth than Mother Dip? Because they went to space. See, that's what put Jesus bitch ass on a pedestal. See, you gotta stop letting them use that big head God deception on you, that alien God deception on you. Ain't no nigga went above you to get no message from no damn higher heaven that you can't get here, and if it said he did, he's a damn lie. So Jesus said, so what they tell you is Jesus left the earth and he came back with the keys and all of the wisdom, and because of that people worship him. Now the modern day motherfucking Jesus is the astronaut. He take his stinking ass up there to the green screen room and he tell you he leaving earth, and then when he come back to earth he tell you he got some more information. We just found the new moon right there around there by Saturn with my lying ass. And you say, ooh wee, he went up there and risked his life just to bring back this divine information, and we worship these people. We let them define what reality is when they just went to a green screen room. You let them you let them convince you they smarter than your grandma because they went to a green screen room. So they got you talking about alien talk, when the real way you leave this earth is the same way you leave it in a dream. You shift your consciousness to another version of you that is existing in an alternate reality. Sleeping is slipping, and it's also tripping. We go on a trip. Those old school artists that was making psychedelic music was getting into ayahuasca mushrooms, tapping into shaman knowledge. They was leaving the earth, going on trips, and they was creating different scales in music. You gotta understand that musical scales can't be created. They can only be discovered, tapped into. There are new musical scales waiting to be discovered. There are more scales that we're supposed to have. But you see today we only got Hungarian, minor, major, Lydian. There are infinite amount of scales. And when they came with psychedelic movement, music, it just showed you right there something coming from nothing, or from the ether, from the pure thought, or something new, organic, never existed before, a whole new sound. So a lot of these groups like Earth, Wind, and Fire and Parliament and all of them, man, they had half of their consciousness on Earth and the other half in some other higher realm. A lot of them artists died young, and they didn't care nothing about it because they was on some deep shit. When you get all that money, you stumble into a rabbit hole. You get into different magic, you join different covens and witch groups. And first of all, your fear of death gonna leave you. Because if you've been following me, I know you don't have a fear of death by now. And once you get that, it can be dangerous. A lot of them cats just psychedelic their way right on to another realm. Hey, you choose your fate. You know. But in this image, you see Earth, Wind, and Fire was telling you about the electric universe. You see the dome with the stairway to heaven going right there. You know what you're looking at? Let me show you what you're looking at. Hold on. You're looking at a book that was called Chariots of the Gods by Eric von Daniken. And again, this is the pyramid. Let me say the all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. I just showed you the umbrella stone. The umbrella stone and the toadstools, same sacred geometry. It's a keyhole or a train. And the head of the train is Christ. That would be Norma, the first pharaoh. The train is the timeline that started his story or history. The first pharaoh started his story or history, which is a timeline, but we know time is a cycle, not a fucking line. Time moving cycles, the sky moving cycles, not a fucking line. So the line is a bloodline. It has nothing to do with time. That's why the calendar fucked up. I hope y'all see how deep this is. So this is a train. And the head of that train started day one, year one. That would have been the book of Genesis. See, 7,000 years ago, the Gregorian calendar was created. 7,000 years ago, the year would have been 5,000 and something. They was counting down. So if you count down from 5,000 years ago, you'll be at year 0. And if you add 2,000 to it, you'll get 7. And that's how we get 2019 today. That's how the calendar got fucked up. Because they started the time from this first pharaoh. He became the head of the new train of the family tree for humanity to replace all the mothers and goddesses. We lost so much knowledge about human lineage, y'all. I'm serious. Now check this out. This looked like a train, right? If you were standing in front of a train, this is what you will see. And the first train is what you will see, which is Narmer, this god, the pyramid, the all-seeing eye with the pyramid. Don't you love sacred geometry and the way Brother Sanchez teach it to you? Come on, let's get some more. All right, let's get some more. So same symbol here, right? Same symbol here. Now, what are we looking at? Let's go back to the slideshow. There it go right there. There it go right there. Earth, wind, and fire was giving it to you right here, right? The spiral of life at the top with the stairway leading to it. Beam me up, Scotty. Let's look at some more interpretations of this science. We got to look at some more, y'all. Here it is again. You got a circle at the top with a line at the bottom. Remember that symbol I showed you with the circle? It looks like a Tesla tower. The umbrella stone is a lampshade. All right? It's a lampshade. Let there be light was you. When the sperm plugs into the egg, scientists see a spark of light under the microscope. Did you know that? Research it. When the sperm touches the egg, there's an explosion of light equivalent to so many million tons of lightning strikes. A nuclear bomb comparison even. Look it up. I ain't making it up or exaggerating it. That's what happened when the sperm impact the egg. That much energy. And it's a let there be light moment. So when the sperm touched the egg, it also looks like a lampshade. And a lampshade is let there be light. If you look at Nut, she's representing the arch, the egg, the woman. And Shu would be in the middle, standing up, raising her up. The sperm, the traveler, the connection. Connected to her body. That's another form of this symbol. Of the circle on top with the line at the bottom, the UFO ship with the light. Now check this out, right? Here's another collage to show you what I'm talking about. In the bottom left, you got Tesla Tower. Now that tower was able to connect through the ether with any radio broadcast. It was basically a telekinetic tower. And Tesla did what I told you Westerners do. They build a technology in an outward fashion. So Westerners, I guess they don't like elongating their skulls like the ancients. They rather just stretch a building to the sky and connect that way. But the ancients had this technology in a form of phrenology and stretching the skull. And that made them get written into history as aliens who were traveling to different worlds, ancient aliens. But the mythology is true because they were using astral projection and shifting the consciousness through meditation. And they were stretching the skull to help aid in that process like I explained previously. Today we take psychedelics and build towers and do all that. But the best way that I've researched in antiquity for better connection is to stretch the skull. So what they show you, no matter how bizarre it may seem, is show you that these people were very advanced and they were very aware of the human bioelectric energy field. All right, take a minute to take that in real quick. That's what it shows us, that they were so not only aware of the human energy field, but found the way to connect it to the ether to get a better connection. Everybody like a better connection. You ever been online with a messed up connection? It sucks, right? So that's what living life is like with a bad connection to the luminaries. The ancestor said a crown chakra connects us to the luminaries, which is an important connection. That's your connection to the God self, people. Okay? We're aliens because we're no longer connected to that. You're alien to yourself. So the thing about it is, one way the ancestors, you may say it's bizarre, but one way they made sure to strengthen that connection to the ether were to practice skull shaping. And I don't think it's bizarre. I think a lot of things we do in science today bizarre. We talk about enhancing the human body, and we talk about bionic arms, implant chips into you, vaccinations, chemotherapy, all that old bullshit. So you laugh at the ancient way of enhancing the body. None of them cultures with them stretched skulls that I showed you with them pictures are vaccinated. Yeah, none of them worship no Christian God either, and they ain't indoctrinated. Because guess what, people? There's a spirituality that comes with that practice. Let's talk about it. That spirituality became the knockoffs that we got in the world today, with all these alien gods coming with the wisdom. See, back in the day, the people with the most stretched skulls had the best connection, and everybody else would come to them to get higher information through them, because your skull may not be that long. Now, this may be a joke to y'all, but I researched this. Prove me wrong, I'll debate you. This is what you're gonna find when you research it. That I'm not making this up. The highest skull, the longest skull was said to be the wisest oracle. So the dude walking around with the biggest head literally had the most knowledge. And that was the oracle. These were the oracles, the ones with the most elongated skull, held more information, stronger connection, and everybody else would get those higher downloads through them. So you didn't have to have a skull long as hell. Somebody in your, with every village or every family, somebody had that long one, and that was these oracles. And that turned the day to the king with the biggest crown is the smartest. They turned it into some crap like that today. The tall crowns on the king, supposed to be the smartest. But you went to these people with these long skulls to receive information about your past, present, and future, because they was able to shift their consciousness into the future and prevent you from making certain mistakes and stuff like that. This became the crystal ball, the fortune tellers. And the crystal ball is the ball of Christ. He's supposed to be the messenger that connect you to the spiritual world to better yourself, right? So all of these gods are alien gods that's supposed to be connecting you to the heavens and practicing ascension through them, rebirthing yourself through them, spiritual growth through them. That only happens through rebirthing yourself through your own third eye, which is the sacred feminine. The womb of yourself allows spiritual rebirth, and that's why I do images and sacred geometry for the third eye. So we see all of these aliens are just forms of Jesus rapture, beaming you up to the clouds on a UFO ship. But the reason I put this up is because earlier we was talking about sacred geometry of, we got to get on Nation of Islam. Y'all, I'm tired. I meant to say I'm sorry for making these long videos, but it's so much information. And I like to cram it all in one thing, and then I let you go and watch it in parts and split it up. People make clips out of it and all that. Okay, we got to expose Scientology. So let's look at this. This is all forms of what I was telling you. The ball at the top with the line to it, that's the baby in the fetal bag with the umbilical cord. This is a soul traveler. And I'm reinforcing this to show you Heaven's Gate logo. But I'm showing you this because today, now I told you back in the day, the people who represented this alien symbol and had the longest skull were the oracles. You can go to them, they can tell you the past, present, future. They were fortune tellers. They were advanced creatures connected to the ether. Now, Today we got some called crystal balls that today's oracles use. Today's oracle use a crystal ball to tell you the past, present, and future. And what I want to point out about this crystal ball is very simple. Sacred geometry. What the hell are you looking at, y'all? Open up your third eye. I'm going to train you to see. I'm going to train you to see. You got the ball. This is the same fucking symbol. People, look at this shit. This is the crystal ball. I'm going to train you to see today. I'm going to train you to see today. Look at here. It's the same thing, people. The lifeline, the foundation, and the creation inside of this fetal sac. It's this. It's the astronaut helmet, the astronaut suit, you coming to Earth. It's everything I've been showing you. Toadstool, umbrella stone. It's this. This right here was a stone that would have been used where a family would have basically how this would have been used, excuse me. A family would gather around this thing and they all would place their two hands upon it like we do a Ouija board, and they would close their eyes and they all would receive certain revelations from the ancients. This was spiritual technology. This would be used like how we use a crystal ball today for good luck and all of that, okay? And they turned it into the crystal ball. This is an Americanized modern form of an umbrella stone. I'm giving you the sacred geometry. The people who used this would have rubbed on it and did the same thing that a psychic or fortune teller would have done. And they just turned it into this. I told you they ain't original. Now let's move on. Now I told you we be cracking the code over here. Okay. So what else? It was something else that I need to tie to. We know this is a keyhole. All right. The gateway, the Stargate. If you look up the Stargate symbolism, it's plagiarization. These bastards don't create nothing. Oh, I can't stand them. All right, this is from the Stargate series, people. They're just giving you a crystal ball, a choo-choo train, an umbrella stone, toadstool, ancient motherfucking technology, skull elongation, beam me up, Scotty. God damn it, I can't stress it enough to open your eyes and see that the only thing they giving us over and over is the stairway to heaven. And they giving it to you in different forms, different movies, and you suck it up. And ooh wee, man, who thought of this movie? That's a good director. He creative. No, he ain't. He's a goddamn thief. These people are criminals, man. Somebody need to take these folks to court, man. This is called fucking plagiarization. And you got a multi-million-dollar occult Hollywood film industry getting rich off the ancient teaching while laughing at them, and y'all want to know why it makes you into a madman like Hitler. This shit make you want to bust a head. When you see how deep it is, one day, guess what? The shit I'm teaching right now, you get it right now, and you get the aha moments. One day it's gonna really sink in, and you're gonna have that moment where you just gonna want to hit a wall. Then you're going to calm down, you're going to become wise, and you're just going to start channeling that energy to organize your information and go out there fighting a good fight. But it's going to be that anger that fuel you when you see the level of theft and plagiarization, indoctrination, programming, lying, stealing, cheating, destruction. My nigga. When you have a respect for ancient spirituality, symbolism, cultural systems, you understand that this level of desecration is only punishable by death, man. Like this type of desecration would get you put to death. Because the ancients didn't play with this spiritual. They didn't want no misinterpretation of this science that they spent years now studying this. They spent generations perfecting this. To have a motherfucker come misinterpret it, retranslate it, plagiarize it, bring forth confusion, laugh at the ancestors, write them out of history, write them in the movie. Come on, my nigga. I don't just be getting worked up like this for nothing. If you got any kind of respect for the ancient systems and art, this will anger you, this level of plagiarization and trickery right here. How these folks making multi-millions of dollars off the same people they teaching you to laugh at. The same people they making movies joking on. They taking all of these folks' knowledge, getting rich off it. And you watch the movie thinking that this damn dude was such a genius for thinking of these ideas. He get all kind of awards while the ancestors get laughed at, and I just keep getting pissed off. Look at this. It is blatantly copying what, see what pisses me off, you know, normally when a nigga steals something, they alter it a little bit. Is them bitches they just fucking copied it verbatim and just fucking put a new face on it and coded it in a new culture, my nigga. Come on. Look, in the top right corner is prehistoric art, my nigga. Let me show you something, because now they getting I'm bringing the ghetto out now. Let me calm down, because it gets deep. It gets deep. Let me find some more collages. Let me show you what I'm telling you now. Let me show you something. It just take a minute to flip through it. It's gonna come. Yeah, cone head jokes and shit, but you stealing from them. Now this Scientology system. Look at this, y'all. Now let's expose the Nation of Islam. We're talking about a dome with a line going down in the middle of it. Look at this shit. Look at these bastards. They doing the same thing, man. The Nation of Islam ain't nothing to trust. They ripping off their ancestors, mocking their ancestors, plagiarizing the ancestors. Look at this symbol now. You need to look at it, because god doggone it, I can't keep flipping to it too many times. Look at this right here. This is everything I've been showing you. Look at that. That's the toadstool, the umbrella stone. Beam me up, Scotty. This is UFO talk, man. It's what they want the whole world talking about, UFOs. So we ain't talking about phrenology. We ain't talking about skull shaping. We ain't talking about what really connects us to the heavens. Ain't no little old green motherfucking men. It's your ancestors. You got the Nation of Islam giving you this UFO spirituality. Bunch of crooks, criminals, giving you the same New World Order religion, disconnecting you from your ancestors. Look at this crap. Scientology, Nation of Islam exposed. This is why Farrakhan keep telling you about the goddamn mothership. Look at the collage on the screen, and let's look at the Church of Scientology with they bitch asses. Look at this shit. Look at here. Look at there. What you see? The same goddamn symbolism. The UFO dome with the beam me up scatter right there. A bunch of fucking plagiar. Ain't nothing motherfucking. Let me tell you something. Let me go back to here. A bunch of goddamn plagiarists. See, it ain't gonna slide with us though, y'all. I'm telling you, when I tell you I do this sacred geometry shit, I take it serious. Because it lets you see the level of deception going on. It exposed the goddamn devil. Look at this in front of you. Now look at this shit. Same thing. Don't you love sacred geometry? These motherfuckers. Let me show you some, man. Y'all see why I get mad? And if I showed up in court, you couldn't argue with me. Case closed, bitch. Plagiarization. I don't want no money. Put them bastards to death. Put them bitches to death. That's what I want for the verdict. Because the people who they hid this knowledge, the people who they was corrupting this knowledge, was put to death from them to hide this shit. You're reteaching it in a corrupted way to disconnect us from the ancestors. You want to disconnect me from my ancestors, nigga? You a sick bitch. And you got more folks connected with damn Farrakhan, with some bishop, some big-headed ass pastor than they great-grandma's spirit. If they see they goddamn grandma's spirit, they'll get scared. Oh, it's a ghost. I'll get happy. Hey, grandma, give me a hug. But if you see Jesus' ghost, you'll get excited like a fool. Oh, I'm born in the wrong world, man. I hate the level of ignorance and stupidity. Indoctrination. Alienated to the ancestors. Backwards ass world. I know I want this is not I came here to do a mission and lead. This shit not my world. It ain't my motherfucking world, y'all. This shit's slow. Your grandma's spirit busts in the room and you run out the jump your ass out the window scared. Jesus busts in the goddamn room and you fucking go to worship and get happy like a fool. You indoctrinated. You're very programmed. That is some sickening programming, buddy. You better think about what I just told you, buddy. That's but that's a level of psychology that's just fucking baffled me. If your mama's spirit come in the room, you gonna get scared. But if Allah's spirit come in the room, you gonna rejoice. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all backwards, man. And look at here, taking your ancestor science, giving it to you in a new world order religion. Look at here, they giving you the umbrella stone. Look at here, everybody's stealing it from the ancestors, and I hate thieves. I hate motherfucking thieves. Cause the shit you stealing ain't no money. It ain't no fucking jewels. That's bullshit. You can get that back. You stealing souls, motherfucker. You stealing spirits. You got people dying with a fucked up ideology. Cause you're bending and twisting the true ideology that'll take away their fears of death, cause you want them to have a fear of death. Cause if they ain't got a fear of death, then they don't need your punk ass God to take away that fear. And they got to pay your ass to make sure that they don't have that fear of death, because if I praise your punk ass God, he ain't gonna burn me. You wouldn't have a fear of death if you didn't have that indoctrination and knew what the ancestors was telling you. Till they took the knowledge of death and transitioning of the soul. This is what this umbrella stone meant. It's a ritual stone. This was transitioning consciousness energy in real time. Meaning you didn't have to stop breathing to go into the realm of the ancestors. You can do rituals upon this stone with enough energy and people connected, and y'all all can take a trip together. They do it with psychedelics today. The ancestors use earth-made green technology, and they grounded it to the damn earth. It's an electromagnetic energy field around. This is technology. You got to quit looking at it like just a fucking rock. You got to know ancient tech when you see it. Otherwise, you'll give people like Nikola Tesla the credit when he learned it from the ancestors. Yes, Tesla was a shaman. And he wouldn't have made no tower if he didn't study what he learned in the Amazon from the shaman. Where you think this goddamn stone is at is in the damn Amazon. These umbrella stones exist in places of the earth in India, the Amazon, South America, and places like that. That was the places Tesla went when he became a shaman. And he came back and he turned this right here into this right here. And he learned how to connect people telekinetically because he learned how the shamans connected through the ether, through the airwaves. There had to be a magnetic sea that we living in for you to send a radio wave through it, people. Duh. So this connects us to the ancestors like a telephone. Let me show you something, man. Because I love sacred geometry. If you look at the shape of an old school telephone, people, that's what they telling you, ET phone home. Same shit now. You got an arch, you got this shit bent over, that's nut, and you got the mountain in the middle. This is a dome. This is a UFO ship with a line, man, right there. A lot of people who eyes ain't open ain't gonna see that. A dome, an arch over a pyramid. That's how we telephone home. Dome, arch over pyramid. Same shit, maybe this a better one for you. It's the same shape. It's the same shape, man. Nut bent over gear. Receive and sending. That's what the phone is, right? All right. So the sky behaves like a dial, a great cosmic wheel, and that's our communication to the ancestors. We speak, we listen. Speak, listen. As the sky turns, and we was able to tune into, dial up that frequency of the ancestors. So this is nut bent over gear. Another, I'll show you another way you can look at this. Let's take a look at a Mayan cosmos real quick, and we'll keep this thing moving. Yeah, everything we do has a sacred geometrical connection. And that's all I'm showing you. That you know, you literally can look at the outline of something and reveal the sacred geometrical meaning, because that's what Nut represent. See, a telephone over a pyramid with a dial around it. You got a pyramid with a dial around it, and the sky being the arch above it. It ain't no different than this. This is Nut and Gale. This is cosmology. This is how we speak to the dead. All right. So let's continue on. This is your umbrella stone, right? We see how the Scientology and the Nation of Islam is working with the United Nations to further hide this ancient truth and move us into a new way of thinking, a new world order under these new gods and this new corruption, severing the connection between us and the ancestors. If you think I'm done, you better wait now, because we got more coming. Now this is from Stargate, and you can see how they're stealing. Everyone is stealing. All right, this is the umbrella stone. We already went over that, and we see the same thing here in Scientology. There go Farrakhan's mothership. Okay, now that's your crystal ball. They corrupting everybody with this occult shit that this dude here started with Heaven's Gate, right? Had all them people kill their damn self. Okay, so let's move on, because when we talk about the arch with the portal, the line connecting us, that is the stairway to heaven. The chakras come starting from the bottom of the spine, leading all the way up to the crown chakra being inside of the brain. The pineal gland is actually the crown chakra. It's not a physical gland. This makes your nervous system. The brain, the spinal cord, and nerves is what wires you, is what makes you electric. This is why Earth, Wind, and Fire said electric universe. So what was Earth, Wind, and Fire trying to show you? Let's look at the deep knowledge. More sacred geometry that's going to blow you away. We talked about the umbrella stone. Here is earth, wind, and fire, electric universe. How many of your third eye is open? Can you see it? Can you see the umbrella stone? Okay. Let's get a good picture. This will work. So what you see is the sky as a dome with the stairway connecting right here. The ancestors said that the earth is the body of God, and that when you go to the North Pole, you reach the heart of God. Now the heart is aligned with the spine. Let's look at the human body. The heart is here aligned with the spine. So they said to make it to the mind of God and become back face to face with the source is to go to the North Pole. Because once we climb this, we're going north, right? Right now, we're around this area. That would be the earth. The ground we walk on is the waistline. The horizon line can be seen as the Creator's waistline. And going to the North Pole is traveling to the Creator's spinal cord, because you're inside of the body of God. The earth is made like the human body. So climbing the stairway to heaven is climbing the God's spinal cord. Think about it. If you was a creature inside of a giant body and you were trying to get to the pineal gland of that body, the quickest way to do it would be to locate the spinal cord and climb up it, and it'll lead you right up there to the pineal gland. Easy. This is the whole story of Jack and the Beanstalk, life and death. So we climb the Creator's spine back to go to the brain. That's where we come from, because we're the imagination of God. God is an imagining genie. You see the word genie, imagini. God is a meditating genie that's pondering this pond of life that we're living in. And when you meet your maker, you're going back to that idea. You're an idea that expanded from the brain of source. So when you go back to where you was created from, you're going back to the brain of God, because everything on earth comes from the mind of God. So we all climb this spinal cord to get back to the dome, to that pineal gland, back to where creation originated from. So the spinal cord and the brain is also what you were as a sperm and an egg. In other words, you're still a sperm and an egg. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second. You know, actually, I saw a good image right here. This is a good one. When I say you are a sperm and an egg, nothing happened to the sperm and the egg when you were born. It turned into a brain and spinal cord. And this little dot in the middle is what they call the pineal gland. In other words, you are still a sperm stuck in the egg. Let me show you. The sperm, basically, when you was conceived and the sperm made contact with the egg, a body grew around that. And we can still see the sperm stuck inside of that egg when we see your brain and spinal cord. This is the connection that started your life right here. Nothing never happened to you when this happened. Only thing that happened was this turned into your brain and this became your spinal cord. So you're still a sperm and egg. And this is what happened when the sperm plugged into the egg. That's what activated your consciousness and the body began to function. And this is what earth, wind, and fire is telling you. The earth is made the same way as the human body. When we go to the North Pole, we're reaching the spinal cord of the Creator. and we're climbing up God's spinal cord to his pineal gland, to her pineal gland, which is Polaris, right? That's what happened when we die. But this what happened when we was born too. See? Because you got the dome on your head, same way. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Okay? This the mushroom figurine, toadstool, the astronaut with the line tethered to him, all the symbols I was showing you earlier. This is it. Right here. So, we see now that we are very special creatures. We're time travelers. And I think we're reaching the climax of this. So here again is the spinal cord connected to the dome in all of these images. We're going to do this part, syncing this more to human anatomy. And what I would do to save time, I'll put them side by side to keep screen sharing, because that's going to slow us down. Hold on. I can make some more room for that. Shrink this a little more. Yeah, we're going to wrap this up. Stay with me. Let's climax right now. Put our little spine and brain right there. And then we can compare that to the slideshows. And we can now start syncing it to our bodies and human anatomy to show you how it can be synced to that as well. So I know we've been all over the place. We've been syncing it with a lot of stuff. But last but not least, we're going to have an outro. Just like the intro, we started with sacred geometry. We're going to end right now with these images. And this will drive it home in a climactic way to show you how we're all plugged in. You are the sperm that plugged into the egg. And that was when you entered the earth. When the sperm entered the egg, you entered the earth. You're creating this experience from the inside out. Okay? So when the sperm went into the egg, it fell asleep. And when they say you were born, you woke up in the hospital. You plugged into this reality. You get what I'm saying? When the sperm entered the egg, your consciousness plugged into the earth. And micro and macro things was happening simultaneously. When your soul was entering, see, this is what you got to realize. Let me show you. Your soul is like a ghost, Casper ghost or something like that. Excuse me, let me blow this back up. This is represented by the sperm, the soul is the spark, the spirit is the spiral or the egg. That egg is a spiral because at the center of that mother's egg is a magnetic energy field. And the sperm finds its way to the egg blindly. It don't have eyes. And that's because it don't have to search for the egg. The egg is literally pulling the sperm to it. The egg is like a magnet. Okay? And it's inside of this sperm head is a iron, concentration of iron. So the sperm is being pulled to the egg. Now, once you magnetically attracted to the earth, you're caught up in the vortex. When you plug in, you're no longer a sperm. Your days of living as a sperm in the spiritual or ethereal realm is over. The moment you plug into this egg, you enter the earth and you find yourself waking up inside of somebody's belly, waiting to be born. The moment the sperm plug in, that's what happened. So what happens is essentially the sperm plugs into this bubble and its days as a sperm cell are over. Like when a caterpillar go in a cocoon, its days as a caterpillar is over, is now a butterfly. It's a shift in consciousness. You're becoming something different. And the consciousness, what was controlling this sperm, is laying dormant in the egg while it controlled the body. So what is happening? Inside of this sperm's head, it's dreaming of a human lifetime. So when you think of time as a bunch of still images that's moving, you see what I'm talking about when I say the ancestors was traveling back and forth. Because that's what we are, soul travelers, time travelers. We come and go over and over again. And that's because we're plugging in. And what I'm saying is, it's like a memory we forget and remember. And basically, you're frozen in time. Like in the Matrix, they show you another way. Let me show you something. When they show you everybody sleep in a little sperm egg cell shit, they show you everybody sleep dreaming that they living. This is basically what happens when you came to the earth. You fell asleep. You were a ghost. You were a sperm cell traveling an ethereal plane. When they say you the apple in your father's eye, you came into earth, magnetically attracted to earth. While that was happening, your mom and daddy was meeting each other. The energy that brought your mom and daddy together was you. That's why the ancestors said the parents don't have the children, the children chooses the parents. The Greeks turned this into a Cupid. It was you willing yourself into creation. So what happens is the sperm is what you are, a ghost, a spirit. You're traveling around the primordial waters of Nu. But when you're ready to be spawned into reality, a father is in queue for you. The moment your soul wills to lead an ethereal plane and journey back to earth, at the same time, some man is falling in love with some woman. That energy is you trying to get here. So it ain't no child or mistake. It's a soul that was the apple in the daddy's eye, like they said, making the Cupid shooting the arrow, making them fall in love to be born, the baby. So what happens is, as a ghost flying around the ethereal realm, you flying past all these little balls with worlds in them. The Norse call it the tree of life. Each world is a little crystal ball. And that's like looking into a portal or painter's canvas with a drawing of a world on it. And when you enter that world, you're born into, once you cross into the canvas, you cross in a threshold. Once the sperm crosses into this egg, its consciousness and its intelligence of how to be a sperm cell is no longer there anymore. It shifts into learning how to be a human now. And it start having this dream of being a baby and a woman and eventually being born and having a life. But what happens is when you die, the sperm leaves this egg and you're a ghost again flying around the ethereal realm. And one day you decide to enter a world. And this is what you are, Casper ghost, going into a world. And once you plug your head into that world and peek into that portal, into that stargate, that world, the sperm goes to sleep and start dreaming a lifetime. So what is happening right now? You're still a sperm, Neo. You never were born, Neo. The Matrix was a simulation. It was an illusion. The day of you being in the hospital, being smacked on the ass, when you die, you're going to realize it never happened. You're going to realize you never left the dang sperm. You never left the egg. That's what Neo realized, that he never left the fucking egg, and he realized there were others sleeping too. They're plugged into a fake world. That's what happened to you. Your consciousness, it plugged into this lower world, and it fell asleep and started running this simulation called Earth. And it started from day one, like a caterpillar going into a cocoon, forgetting how to be a caterpillar, but remembering about being a butterfly. You don't know. You don't remember your life as a sperm and an egg, because those two things, that caterpillar and that cocoon, excuse me, is right here. My bad. Let me shrink it. That spinal cord is the caterpillar, and the cocoon is the brain. When they become one, you get wings and hands, you become a human, a butterfly. So when the sperm or the caterpillar went into the cocoon or the egg, they became one thing, and that was the human. The brain and the spine. And it's running a simulation, y'all. What's gonna happen when you die, what they call a ghost, is the sperm unplugging from the earth and swimming away through this water to another world. And this is how it looks in the Hebrew cosmos. So this vault of heaven would be the sperm cell breaking into the egg, just like you see here. See, the beauty of this, wherever the sperm touch at becomes the North Pole. It becomes your center. Why? Because it becomes your spinal cord, just like God. Remember, I told you if you go to the North Pole, you'll be going to God's spinal cord that'll lead you up that stairway, his spinal cord, to his pineal gland with the dome above you. Same thing happened with you. You're a miniature God made in this image or this imagination. So the cosmos is a dome with a sperm plugged into it, because it's a continuum. So again, you were never born. All right? The sperm didn't go in the egg and come out a human. The sperm is the soul. When it plugged into the egg, it started running this simulation called Earth. Very simple stuff, man. This is simple. It loaded an experience called life. It wasn't born into an experience. It'll be like me loading up a scene on a computer, or loading up a picture of Jamaica, or I loaded up a simulated virtual reality on my desktop. I wasn't born into it, I simply loaded it, right? So when the sperm goes into here, it falls asleep, and what sleep is the sperm, what awaken is the human, which is now the combination of the egg and sperm living inside of the body. It has shifted its consciousness into this combined vehicle of the two, moving around as a human. But when you die, these two, they separate. It's severed. And the sperm leaves the egg, and the ghost leaves the earth. And you fly away to another egg, another earth, and you're born into another mama on that other earth. Whichever one you choose to go to for your next experience. Okay? So when you die, you're going to realize, you're going to remember you was a sperm. You're going to wake up as a sperm, just like Neo woke up. When he died in the Matrix, he awakened and he was covered basically in sperm, semen. Because that's what, the spark is covered in this liquid that they call pre-cum. All right, so he was cut. This is always giving you sex, magic, and rebirth. So you see him born. This is rebirth. All right. So when you die in this reality, you wake up again, playing this story again as a sperm or a ghost. See, you don't think you're a sperm. You think you're a ghost traveling the ethereal realm, the star realm, which you are. But the moment you enter one of these realms, it play out to us in that realm in the hospital as a sperm entering an egg. because this is micro and macro, as above, so below. As the soul enter the earth, the sperm enter the egg simultaneously. And as your consciousness shift, as you start running this simulation like Neo was doing. See, when Neo was put into this thing, he went to sleep. And he started living a life dreaming in a fake world. And that's what we doing now. But dying is being born again to the real world. And when that happened, like Neo, the sperm comes out of the little pink bag and it goes into another world. It starts traveling different worlds, loading into different simulations, different matrices with missions, okay? And that's what you are. You're Neo, traveling in and out of these worlds with different missions. And you need to complete your mission. Because if you don't, you won't morph into a greater being. That's why Morpheus was the one giving the orders, giving the missions. Because this is about alchemy, transitioning your spiritual energy. Since energy can't cease to exist, it can only alter itself through these different experiences that we call lifetimes. So what Neo was doing was transitioning through lifetimes as he was coming in and out of the matrix through these little sleeping pouches. This is the baby in the fetal sac, living lives and dying deaths. Sperms entering eggs and leaving them. See? Same colors too. Like they used the color pink and everything. Same colors, you know. It's all about sex magic, life, death, rebirth, the transition of the soul. So I think we get that now, and I think we can go ahead and move on with the remaining images of the slideshow, so we can let everybody go and not be too long. And it's only a few more, so stay with me. We're still syncing this with the human anatomy. We did that, we did that, we did that. We did this now. These suckers is the same sacred geometry on the right. I didn't even plan that one. But see, when you're such a good syncretist and you got all of the right images in the right folders together, they sync themselves together. Right? Whoever made that alien sucker didn't know that they was given the brain on the spinal cord. Okay? So this is magic. This is a magical way of decoding reality with sacred. This is not nothing that I made up. You know, this was a way the ancients used to teach. So that's why it does to you what it does to you. People, it's like a magician, right? You're like, damn, Brother Sanchez is from another planet, you know? How he know that? What? How is he doing that? Yo, he just did something and it did something. What was it? Yes, it's supposed to do that to you. That's called enlightenment, right? So let's sync some more images, because I like this part because I don't have to talk that much. I can just flash my hard work, the images. It take a lot of work, you know, thinking of what else fits this shape and mean the same thing. People, it's truly like cracking a combination code, because I gotta sit up there for hours with each image, and I got to think about the image now. It ain't like I know what to Google. I got to first of all pick an image or a shape. Then I got to ask myself, what other shapes shape like this and mean the same thing? And that ain't an easy task. My research is a tedious process. But what make me do it is because when it's finished, it look easy. But people can't reduplicate my teaching style. I make it look easy. But compiling this type of collages and shit you see on the screen is hard work, because your brain don't think to make these connections. This is a gift that I got. Now I made this connection with a keyhole and everything else, man. We've been going for hours and I'm still making more connections. And this is work I do behind the scene for 10 hours, 12 hours. So, you know, when I come up here and do this, I can just flash it and y'all be like, oh, I get it. It's that easy because of the tedious work and hours I put in compiling all of this shit. Saying to myself, And I'm sitting there thinking, what else can go with this collage? And I gotta think about the right shit. Oh, the brain and the spine. Then I gotta think about how does that relate to the alien and the earth? And once you start asking the right questions, the ancient spiritual system reveal itself to you. It reveal itself to you once you go and start cracking the code and you led in the right area of research and asking the right questions. So that's what we're doing now. Let's continue this image slideshow, because I put a lot of work into compiling this, a lot of these collages as well. So this was a flyer, you know, Mo Nation of Islam, deception, promoting UFOs, hiding ancient science, don't want us connecting with our higher self or the ancients. That's you, you're the UFO. Now everybody worship the gods with the cups on their head. Nefertiti had that hat on her head that you see in the middle. But it's you. You the royalty. You the one with the crown. And you're shining. Your crown is shining around you. Just like you see. Okay? Forms of skull, this is skull elongation. It's not a deformity. It's something they did on purpose because it's part of their culture. It's something we want to point out about the cultures that practice skull elongation. They have a different spiritual system than us. Their spiritual system is about ascension. Their spiritual system is about transcension. Their spiritual system is about shifting the conscious, meditation, all the good stuff that we're just waking up to in the Western world. These people that shake their skulls like that, they've been on it. Want me to tell you how I know? That's one of the main reasons why they shaped it that way. Duh. I just read to you that one of the #1 benefits of the ancients doing that was to connect with the gods. Now, if they shaped their skull to connect with the gods, that means they didn't go to church to connect with the God. They didn't read the Bible to connect with the gods. They didn't look at the astronauts to connect with the gods. They didn't look at the Quran to connect with the gods. They practiced phrenology and alchemy to connect with the gods. They practiced the aiding of Mother Nature's natural process to the skull to connect and extend their antenna to connect with the God. So people who you see practicing this culture, they ain't gonna be no Muslim. They ain't gonna be no Christian, because that practice is a religion. It is a spiritual practice. You ain't gonna see, do you see a cell phone on any one of these people? Do you see an iPad? Look like a primitive building behind me, because they still living in the past, y'all. They don't decipher reality like us. And it's hard for these people to explain this shit to us. So they stay to themselves, and they're wise as fuck. If you were able to spend a month with these people, you will learn so much shit about Earth and the stars and transition your conscious and dreams and meditate. But they won't break it out for everybody because, like I said, they get joked on by foreigners. They get called aliens, cone heads, ape people, Anunnaki. So that's why they kept to themselves. They don't use technology. They kind of secluded, and they practice this bizarre practice of shaping their skull, and they don't interact with regular people. You ever went to school with one of these people that practice this? Me neither, because they isolated. They don't go to fucking Western schools. They know something. They should be the teachers in Western school. They should be running Western schools, talking about going to school. Of course you didn't go to school with nobody with a cone head. They too smart for dumb Western curriculum. People who practice this shit seclude themselves from dumb Western cultures because we childish. We turn it into UFO alien talk and all that crap. We plagiarize it and corrupt it. Now let's look at some more real quick before we go. Okay. That Stairway to Heaven image, the gates are the golden arches, the McDonald's symbol, which is the both sides of the brain, Are y'all still with me in the chat room? I don't see no movement in the chat. Everybody right now give me a flat power to let me know you're still woke. Let me know you're still with me. We almost out of here. Church almost over. Pastor gonna let you out. Teacher gonna release class in just a minute. There we go. So we got a few more images to sync before we go, students, all right? Now check this out. The stairway is the spinal cord, okay? Now the spinal cord can be seen as a series of ring magnets stacked on top of each other. Now when you start stacking up ring magnets, you're gonna have an area of a magnetic barrier in between them. And each of these ring magnets gonna look like a UFO ship stacked up hovering above the other one. See if I can find a quick image of it. This is what the earth is. I'm gonna blow this up for you. I'm gonna show you what your spinal cord is before we go. And I'm gonna show you what the earth is before we go. And I'm gonna show you, those two things. This is a good experiment. I never saw it. Let's loop it. This is what the earth is. The ancestors said the earth is a series of turtles upon turtles. And I'm going to show you real quick what they meant as you look at that image real quick. I'm going to pull some more old files and give me a minute. Thank y'all for being patient. Y'all are awesome students. I will teach y'all any day because you're down to stay with me for long hours. And sometimes that's what it takes. I want to get it all in this thing here, all in this stream. Don't want to go back doing nothing. All right, now let me find it. I'm almost there. Shucks. I got to find Turtle Island for you guys. Don't go nowhere, y'all. Hit the like button. I know y'all tired of me. I found what I was looking for. Look at the experiment on the right, because that's the science behind the Hebrew cosmology. In other words, our Earth is a bunch of ring magnets. Earth is a huge magnet, an energy generator, with a bunch of more realms on top of it and below it. And they're stacked up like fractions. And a fraction just means a segment of the cosmos. Each world is a fraction. Remember when you played Mario and you was in world 1 of 1 or world 2 of 3, world 3 of 4? Where you in world 3 of 3 now, I like to call this world 3 of 3. Because it's Earth, the Trinity, no particular reason. You can call it what you want. But there are infinite amount of fractions and worlds. Each one have a different code, just like that. Right now, we were all born in this particular world. Let's just say that it's world 3 or 4. And what that number represents is how many worlds are above you and how many below you show exactly where you are. It show you how high your soul been growing up this conscious ladder. Because we just keep growing up into higher realms in every lifetime. So below you are all the previous lives in lower realms. And however many that is a set number. Then there's a line, and however many you got to go above you is a number up there. Just like fractions in mathematics. Just like in Mario, world 2 of 4, world 3 over 4. It show you how many worlds below you and how many in front of you. This is why the cosmos is a fractal. It's separated in fractions or fractals. You see what I'm saying? Fractals or fractions. Because it's layered like an onion. And the word onion means on and on and on. The word onion, it means on and on. And it's spelt that way too, on and on. Because an onion, if you cut open an onion, it'll look just like this. An onion is on and on. It's infinity. And it's a fractal code of worlds layered on top of worlds. Let's look at some more. Here go an ancient Christian version. So you have a bunch of ring magnets. The higher you go, the smaller the magnet. The lower you go, the wider the base. And it looks like a Christmas tree. And on the left, we just get a top view of what that would look like by the ancient Christians. So everyone knew that we was living in a simulated reality with parallel realms around us, and we go to them in a dream state. You already have a body in the dream, so you don't have to take the one that's in the bed, okay? You just shifting your consciousness to that other body. And when you're not having your consciousness in that body, it runs on autopilot, and it would make every decision you would make. You're just not conscious of it. But when you dream, this body go to sleep, and you awaken in another realm with that other body, and you already know what to do. You know where your room at, where your car at, your job, because you live in multiple realities at one, and you're able to skip in between them when you have dreams. All right, you're only conscious of this one, but the ancients were able to live multiple realities because they were time travelers. They were leaving via meditation, the dream state, and good stuff like that. So they knew about the worlds around this one and within this one, like we see here, and there is science to this, as we can see on the right. So I'm gonna leave that there, and I'm gonna show you ancient forms of that science again as our closing slideshow. We got to leave powerful. The ancient South Americans called it turtles on turtles. They said each earth is a turtle, and it's turtles stacked upon turtles. And they was dealing with science. They was dealing with magnetism, not just no damn turtles. Aboriginals, Turtle Island, but don't know what you're talking about. Let's look at some more. Now I'm gonna show you how Great Britain plagiarized this. This the Royal Britain Beehive. Look at it. It's a layer of different worlds on top of each other. Ring magnets stacked up. This is the Christian seven heavens. Each magnet a different color of the rainbow with a different magnetic field. Neither can exist without the nets. There's a layer of space in between the magnets because that's the dome, the magnetic invisible energy field, separating our earth from the one above it and below it. This is science to this. This is your step pyramid. You got step pyramids all over the earth, and people don't know what they mean. He go to science for it. Brother Sanchez telling you the science of the step pyramid. It represents a series of ring magnets on ring magnets. This is the human spinal cord, right? And the reason we taking so long to close, because I prolonged this presentation too long. So there go your spinal cord. They tell you that the human chakras are aligned among the spinal cord. I got news for you. All of the nerves in your body run to the spinal cord. And every nerve from your fingertips to the tips of your toes starts to wrap around the spinal cord. That's why if I hit you in a certain part of your spine, it can paralyze a certain leg. And if I hit you in another part of your spine, it can paralyze an arm or shut off this part of your memory, or you forget this, or that becomes paralyzed, this memory paralyzed. That's because the spinal cord holds your consciousness, memories. This is the control board right here. Just like them ring magnets. Everything, all of the hands, legs, and all the wiring in the body wraps around this like a big braid, a coiled up, braid Twizzler. And it makes the different sections of the spinal cord. And each section is connected to a different part of the body that's wired all the way up to the neck, which connects some of the throat things and all of that. Okay? So that's why I can go to a section of this spinal cord and shut off a connection on your kneecap. A shut off make you paralyzed in the hand. Or I can hit you in a certain one of these discs right here and shut off some here or shut off some there. Because there's a vein connected to each layer controlling something different. And likewise, it's the earth. The earth is a huge series of worlds, and they're all connected like these ring magnets. And each one is a different variation of the same world and for a different function, just like the spine. So each one is a different chakra as we go up the spine. Just like as you travel up the North Pole, you go to different worlds. And this is what happens when we dream. We're shifting our conscious to the different chakra points in the spine, and wherever we get off at determine if we have a good dream or bad dream. And that's because all of our memory and wiring connects at the spine. So when you go to sleep, you shift all of your wiring to the spine. And just like at the fairground, when you hit that thing and the meter go all the way up to the top, let me show you. It's the same sacred geometry and shit that I'm telling you. It looked just like this shit. Look at here. You got the circle with the line. Circle with the line. Circle is the bell. That's the UFO ship. You ring my bell. This is traveling the different layers of the heaven, which is a resonant frequency of vibration. You're moving through the decibels. Jesus had disciples, but this is music. The cosmos is a sound vibration. It's a song. That song at different decibels to create different realities. So each disciple guard a different gate. And in music, you have a scale that looks just like this. And as you move through the decibels, you're going through each disciple. Hit the like button and let me get a flat power if you like syncretism and if you like Brother Sanchez teachings. See, you look at the sacred geometry of the circle and the line, and then we go back to the spine. And this is how the conscious energy travels up the spine. Now the goal is to get right here. If you shift your conscious there in your sleep, you will have a dream where you meet up with all your ancestors in Asgard and Nirvana. You're going to be in the place of the gods, and you're going to have traveled to the highest of heavens. You're going to wake up enlightened, and your life is going to change. That's when you're going to get a message from the gods. And that's the goal. To go so far in REM sleep that you make it to the highest of heavens. Most of us, when we go to sleep, we dream about our job, washing dishes, mowing the lawn. That means you ain't getting good REM sleep. You ain't shifted your consciousness out of this world. You're down here somewhere. This is like an elevator system. Each little disc in the spine is a different floor on the elevator. So when you sleep, your consciousness sleep, and it slip into this cosmic elevator, the spine. And you can have a nightmare hanging around this area. This is where nightmares are. Good dreams are up here. So imagine up here you communicate with ancestors, you're hugging your grandma, you waking up smiling, man, and your life is forever changed. You're going to take that energy from that dream with you to your grave. That's what you take from you. These different emotions that you can't conjure here. So you alter your energy through these dream states. So the thing about sleep is just like I'm showing you here. You want to ring the bell. You want to go all the way up here. That's to that pineal gland they call that the throne of God. When you get there, you become one with all the ancestors, and you basically, that's what heaven is. The highest of heavens. All right? So the harder you hit that thing, the higher up you go. And it's a science to this, people. If I gave you a stack of books and told you to slam them on the floor, the harder you slam them, the higher the dust will ascend. The dust is the soul. The book is the human body. Don't y'all love me? I know you love me. I know you love me. I know you do. You see, making this ancient spiritual system plain and simple. That's what I do. Okay? So I thank the ancients for giving me this gift of decoding and all of this. And I thank the people who appreciate the teachings. I spent hours trying to pour it out. Let's look at this some more. I love this thing. Let's look at, y'all want to see some more images? I got a little time to spare. I don't mind making it long if you don't. Because this is interesting to me. Each color magnet is a different chakra with a different color. Ain't that interesting? See the earth the same way. And what we'll do, we'll switch back and forth from that spinal cord picture. And we'll do both of these now as we close it. Because I got a lot of images I can show you from the ancient world that spoke about this. Here's one from the ancient Norse cosmology. And can't nobody debate me with this. Why? Because I'm giving you the mythology on the left and the damn applicable science on the right that you can go reduplicate in your fucking house. You can't reduplicate a globe earth traveling through fucking a vacuum. You can't reduplicate gravity, but you can reduplicate flat water being sea level, not sea curve, because earth is a flat ring magnet. Just like the ancestor said, it's a dang on fountain of life with one world spilling over into the next world. I'm going to see if I show you what I'm talking about. All around the world, they talked about this. All around the world, same song. All around the world, turtles on turtles. Step pyramid. All around the world, same song. You want to see some more shit? Let me show you. All around the world, same song. You think Mario on top of the turtle shell is new? Get real. Mario on the turtle shell is Jesus on Calvary. Mount Calvary was also a turtle shell to the ancients. And there go that elephant Ganesh on top of the turtle. Because Jesus is a form of an elephant to the Hindus, Ganesh. And he be on a turtle instead of Mount Calvary. In the ancient form of Serapis, you see him on that in the middle one with all them little whirls around him sitting at the top. Look like a keyhole, look like a shotgun pointed at your face because souls blast off the earth. Each circle is a different caliber like a gun. When you see them ring whirls and that ripple effect, each whirl is a different caliber. Like how you got small bullets and big bullets. You got small souls and big souls. Big souls exist on the outer worlds. The smaller souls, a little bitty 25s, little bitty 9 millimeters. Then you got your 410s, your Rugums, 45s, the higher calibers. So the cosmos is calibrated. That's why a caliber became a calendar. Each one of these skies is a circle that's spinning. And basically a circle that's spinning is a cylinder. And the word cylinder became calendar, a cylinder. We say chandelier. A chandelier looks like, let me show you something. A chandelier looks like the Hindu Vimana, which is the Polynesian cosmos. We got a chandelier today. This is your chandelier. But this is how you get the calendar. The calendar is a chandelier because the sky is separated into different sky nets, different heavens, and they're calibrated. So we have a calendar for each caliber. Do you hear me? We have a calendar for each. A calendar just tracking what the sky doing when it's spinning. Each world got its own calendar. So what did the Mayan do? The Mayan had calendars within calendars. Tell me I'm lying. Why did the Mayan have calendars within calendars? Why did the Mayan calendar have calendars for other realms outside of Earth? Because they was also transitioning their soul to other realities. And they knew what time and date it was in other realities, other worlds. So they did not just make calendars for this world. When they went to their dreams, they lucid dreamed. So when they was dreaming, they looked at what time and date it was in the dream. And when they came back to this world, they made a calendar for that world too. Just like today, we got different clocks for different time zones. Think of that on a macro level. The ancestors had different calendars for different time zones, mean different worlds on different time systems, because they sun and moon go at different speeds in a bigger, wider circle. Their day and night longer. Their calendar is different. So the Mayan had long counts and short counts, because it's calibrated like guns with higher calibers on the outside and smaller caliber guns on the inside. And why is it a gun? Because the soul is a bullet. And when you leave the earth, whatever world you in, it look like a bullet shooting out of a gun. And if you in a small world, it look like a small gun shooting when you die. If you in a bigger world, it's a big explosion. It look like a big gun shooting on these outer worlds, shotguns and shit. Old ancestors who've been here, buddy. The bass, the big gun, boom, right? Not the high-pitched babies, why? You see what I'm saying? Everything is synced to this code. Where the base, the foundation is low pitch. The big calibers. The foundation, right? So the sky is calibrated, and each caliber, each cylinder has a calendar. So the Mayan had different calendars for each world. So they can know, okay, if I'm a dream tonight and go to world 3 of 13, I want to know if I got to be at work the next day in that world, or how old I'm gonna be in that world, or you know, they was conscious of every dream and where they was going, which world they wanted. You got to go to sleep. That's one thing for sure. You got to go to sleep. So the ancestors knew when sleep came for them, they had control over where they wanted to be in the dream, what time in the past, present, and future. And they was tracking it with a calendar system. So the Mayan had calendars to show the many worlds what time it was, where they was traveling to in different places. So when we look at the Mayan calendar, we're looking at flat earth cosmology of the different worlds within worlds on their own different little times. And this is how we travel the past, present, and future. Because some of these worlds is the past and some of them are the future. Going back in time is time traveling through the pineal gland. Right? This is it. So now that's what you're looking at as a shotgun barrel, shooting out souls that's dying every day. Right now it's shooting. It don't get tired, buddy. The cup runneth over. Somebody dying right now while I'm doing this lecture, and a soul is being blasted up out of there. Boom, 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 boom. It's right now. Every minute this thing is shooting, buddy. And why am I saying that? Because the middle of this thing was a god called Shu. In Egyptian cosmology, he represents that middle point where when a soul done with this, his spirit, it blasts off like a rocket. They took the journey of the soul, turned it to a rocket. But this is the god Shu. You shoot up out of it. You are shooting star upon death. And see, and this Mario story is the same thing. All right, the soul on Mount Calvary or the earth. And another version in medieval European art in the top left. All right, now let's look at a couple more. So we see our earth is a system of ring magnets stacked upon each other. And that indeed is very profound. So where can we see this in the earth hidden in plain sight? I made this collage for you because I love you. Thank me later. This get deep now, because what we look at on the right is the science that you can't. I'm going to keep that going on the right for the skeptics who say Brother Sanchez don't know what he's talking about. I'm going to just sit that there on the right because that's science. Argue with that. Argue with these magnets create that magnetic barrier what flat earthers talking about. That tension. Look at that science now. And now let's talk about my little lovely collage that I made for your lovely students today. Okay? I love this shit. That's why I can do it for hours, buddy. They spent hours deceiving me, and I feel good telling everybody the truth. I want to spend just as many hours undoing the deception. That make me feel better and alive than this shit right here. And you can tell that I ain't lying to you. Now look at this collage I made for you now. Took me a whole day to make it, trying to think of what can I gather to show you this concept. In the top right corner of my collage is the Catholic version of purgatory. To the left of that is the Britain Royal Beehive. All right, and they got all the soldiers leaning on each other with the flag today in military, right? That's the same concept. All right, the step pyramid, Tower of Babel, ancient turtle upon turtle myth with science. And these are Capitol buildings. And the way the architecture made with the U.S. Capitol and the Chinese Capitol building is the same way. They're telling you that we know what the earth looked like, but we ain't gonna tell you that. Why is it called a Capitol building? Because it's a system of caps, y'all. Think of a cap. What is a cap? It's a dome, y'all. And if you put caps on top of caps, you get a Capitol building. And these Capitol buildings are a bunch of domes upon domes, just like the earth is. Because the earth is a giant Capitol building. Why is it a Capitol building? Because I'm just cranking up now. What are you saying when you say the word capital? Slow down because you're moving too fast. Say it again. Say capital real slow. And think of what's happening in the image. Oh, come on, my students. Come on, now we're going deep. What are you saying when you say capital? Thank you, awakening minds. Cap it all. When you say capital, you're saying cap it all. What do we know cap it all? God put all of conscious life inside of creation and capped it all. Can't no creation exist outside of creation. Think of this now. Think about me. When you got a Sprite drink in your hand, can the drink in the bottle exist outside the bottle at the same time in the bottle? No, buddy. It's capped in. All of it, every drip is capital, is capped it all. I am that I am, that I am, that I am, that I am. And you will have to say that an infinite amount of times to see why it caps it all. It caps every world. It's the highest of heaven. Look at the images, man. The smallest turtle on top is the doggone crown. The first shall be last and last shall be first. That turtle at the bottom is light. The one at the top, the small one, is the heaviest one. I can give you a balloon that's the size of Texas, and it still won't weigh more than a damn little stone. The Bible said first shall be last, last shall be first. That turtle at the top is the most dense. And the more he spread out, he get less dense and dilute himself and become bigger, but lose his weight though. Y'all get what we're talking about, an expanding universe. They turned it into the Big Bang. What is the Big Bang? It's this same science, and I can fucking prove it right now. Look at it. I ain't playing with you today. They giving you this same goddamn triangle Christmas tree with the different worlds in it, the different layers inside of the cone. Same shit they give you for Big Bang, expanding the universe. Right here, it expands to the heavens. And it's the children that build it as we expand our consciousness. And the way they stop us from building it and chopping it down is stopping the expansion of your consciousness by disconnecting you from this knowledge and the ancestors. They can knock down a Tower of Babel and keep you stuck in a certain level. Just like in the video game, if Mario on world 3 of 3 and he keep falling in that hole, they gonna keep starting him right back off like Saturn Matrix reincarnation in the same world. Flunking, you fell and flunking. Repetition is hell. You want to move on to higher realms, but if you don't beat the stage, the ancestor gonna put you back at the checkpoint. Recycle. That's knocking down the Tower of Babel, because we want to keep building this planes up to higher realms. Somebody want to come knock you down and cut it down and keep us on one level. Every time we build up to go higher, they knock you back down to this same level to keep you in this same world 3 or 4. Because that's their world. They want to keep you a slave. So when you build your tower up, expand your consciousness to world 3 or 5, they knock that down, put you back in their world 3 or 4. And that's how they knock the tower down. It's a mythological story of losing this knowledge and turning it into UFO ships. See how all of this look like UFO ships? These discs and shit, these magnets became spinning saucers. Each one of them turning the other one, sync to each other. They give you this for the Christmas tree. This is the capital, or the cap it all. And if you look at that step pyramid next to the turtles, that's why it's got a cap on top, y'all, if you ain't peeped that yet. Okay? Some of y'all don't look at these collages in detail. Okay, so that's why the crown is at the top of all them humans. This is the concept of how the creator capped all the conscious beings inside of creation. It's capped in, okay, by that crown, and you got the pyramid there to the left of that. So I just because I'm feeling good, we're going to compare this joint to some more images, man. Why stop? Shit is already a long stream. Might as well keep going. Shit. I got thousands and thousands of slides that keep syncing with this shit on the right. Because that's science right there. To show you that I don't come with no pseudoscience. The shit I'm talking about, the ancestors talked about it, and you can reduplicate it. Bam, let's look at some more. That go to ancient Christian 7 heavens. That go to Jewish menorah. And that go to carbon of Hathor, the great holy cow, and in the form of the cosmos or sacred arch. Same thing we see on the right in the science experiment. Let's look at some more. Ancient Polynesian cosmos. Same thing we see there. It looked just like the Hindu Vimana. All of these people ain't lying about what the earth looked like. You think everybody making this up? You think this sacred geometry is all coincidence like a fool? What, I got to sync 1,000,000 pictures for you to get it? Hundreds ain't enough? Let's look at some more, because we'll be here for hours, man. I do this. The royal Christian beehive of the Mormons. That royal beehive is royal, and it got the eye at the top, because that's the cap. That's what caps it all the realms of existence for consciousness. And the science to this is on the right. That's why I got the dude dropping the magnets. This is the Hebrew cosmos. See, I can do this all day. This turned into the headdress of the rulers. Right? A lot of people call it triple crowns. Right? The word crown is the word crayon. Crown, Crown, is also Croun and Crayon, because the crayons are the different color magnets or different chakras that we use to paint our reality, that influence the body, which is the paintbrush to paint the picture of the soul. The soul came here to manifest its reality. Each soul is an artist inspired by the chakras, which is the colors that we're all painting with as souls, as artists, but we're using the colors differently. Some of you are inspired more by red, which is the root chakra. So your damn painting just bright as fuck, right? But anyway, you get my point. We could sync this to a lot of stuff. Another Hindu version of the cosmos. It actually looked just like the experiment. This one give me chills. Like, this really literally give me chills to just make this connection. They literally got it on a pole just like the experiment. Now you see why people don't debate me. Who would debate a nigga like me? Who would debate me when I'm literally showing you I'm putting it in your face like, bam. How can you debate this? How can you call this ancient stuff pseudoscience? Look at this, man. Look at this. Look at that. And you telling me the ancient people were primitive and they fucking laid out the earth cosmos just like this ring magnet experiment that we was doing since children. Come on, folks, hit the like button. You ain't gonna get it everywhere. This is enlightenment right here now. And you want to know, oh, shit, I ain't done yet. To you niggas who still ain't impressed, maybe this will work for you. You know, niggas like they done on 360 waves, but they don't know why they like them. Boy, everything got a message with it, why it resonate with you. That's why a nigga brush his goddamn hair for hours. What's that dude name in Poetic Justice? With the brush, they kicked that nigga up off the truck and he still was brushing his hair. They buried the nigga and he was brushing it in the casket. They went and visited that nigga in heaven in the afterlife and his angel hand was brushing his angel halo hair, nigga. Cause niggas don't know why they like this shit so much. You know why, boy? Cause it resonate with you. Cause it resonate with you. That's why a nigga wear that damn do-rag for a year and won't take it off. And a nigga tell you, boy, when I take this shit off, them waves gonna be so deep. You be like, nigga, when you gonna take it off? Not yet. The longer you keep it on, the deeper it get, nigga. Nigga, a year done passed. Yeah, not yet, nigga. When that nigga take that do-rag off, his forehead gonna look like a goddamn Grand Canyon in the middle of his shit. You know that crease, that big ass crease, that the do-rag leave when niggas try to get the 360 wave. Like, bro, them shits is some fire waves, but that crease look like it hurt it, my nigga. You stopped your circulation for this shit, nigga. I know that hurt it. And you took the pain. And some niggas will wear that do-rag for 10 years and be like, nigga, on my 10-year anniversary, I'ma finally take this do-rag off and my waves gonna be so goddamn deep. Everybody in the ceremony gonna need a goddamn life raft. Hey, y'all know I ain't lying, boy, this shit funny. Oh man, let me stop, we gotta get out of here, this shit funny. Oh, you know I hit them niggas. You know I just caught some of you niggas out. Put a 1 in the chat room. Hey, if you a nigga who was wearing that do-rag getting them waves, put a 1 if you was that nigga in the picture on the screen. I'm putting mine first. Cause look, now I'ma ask you this. Put how long you wore a do-rag without taking it off. in the chat room. Who's the longest? So, hey boy, that do-rag, like, you know how Jesus wear a halo? The nigga wear a do-rag, and boy, when he take that shit off, he be shining like a king with a crown like Jesus in that halo. But Jesus went through pain. See, let me tell you something, that shit hurt. Women don't know. Niggas tie that shit tight as fuck. Your ears be hurting. That's how you know it ain't healthy. And nigga be like, man, take that pain. It'll stop. The tighter the better, and the longer the better. Nigga getting dizzy, forgetting your name. Boy, you done cut your circulation off to some of your brain memories, nigga. Now, they said Jesus wore a crown of thorns and his shit was hurting his head. Some of you niggas wear your do-rag longer than Jesus wore them crown of thorns, and it hurt just as worse. Now let me get a flat power and a thumbs up like button. That's some good comedy. You niggas know it. Cause you know I ain't lying. Niggas twist that, niggas tight that do-rag up so tight it feel like Jesus with the crown of thorns on. And nigga be taking the pain like Christ just to shine, boy. When I come off Calvary, I'ma take my do-rag off and I'ma give this nigga, motherfucker, I'ma have a 360. This shit is too motherfucking funny. This shit is too motherfucking funny, yo. Oh, this shit is funny, nigga. And what make it so funny is it can be synced. It's true, like, it's some spiritual shit behind that shit. Like, real talk. Nigga do-rag so tight he feel like Jesus with the crown of thorns on. And he motherfuckers, hey, on Calvary taking the pain so he can shine. And nigga, when I take this bitch off, you better move your girl, nigga. Hey, and the crease in, that be on that nigga forehead look like he had on a crown of thorns. Like, bro, that shit is bleeding, my nigga. Damn, nigga. It is a line of white meat around your head. Nigga took off the do-rag and a little strip of skin was going around his head, and the nigga had a pink line around his fucking skin halo. Boy, you wore that fucking do-rag too long, too tight, nigga. Now you can peel your goddamn skin off the top of your head. Y'all gotta excuse me. I woke up early. And I don't know, I've been serious for 4 hours. This shit just starting to tickle me a little bit. Cause niggas is funny. You know he wore that do-rag long for that shit to be that deep, nigga. I know, cause I ain't never had my shit that good. That nigga wore that shit for 20. Matter of fact, when he was born, that nigga mama put him a do-rag on and said, boy, don't take this shit off till you get 30. You know how white folks leave their children a bank account? It be like, don't touch that bank account till you get 30 and you gonna be balling and shining. Man, nigga daddy put him a do-rag on when he won. And nigga, son, never take this do-rag off. When you get 30, take that bitch off. Watch what happens, son. The world gonna worship you. Let me stop, boy. That was funny. Oh, I just brightened my own day. I don't care what nobody say. That shit was funny. That shit was funny. So let's look at another one, man. We always look at this one. Some nigga in the chat room mad at me. Damn, bro, Sanchez, I had my shit on for a decade now. Damn, that nigga caught me out. 2 niggas in the chat, I just caught them out now. 2 niggas in the chat room, when I just did that, they girl said, that's why you never take that shit off. Let me see him, take it off. No, I got 3 more years, boo, hold on. Damn, bro, Sanchez, shit, nigga, you telling all. Hey, but look, this is called a Nagini right here. It represents the same science that you see on the right. You know what? That's enough. Y'all get the point. Shit, we at about 5 hours. I can do this shit for eternity because it represents eternity. Now, I'm gonna leave for the day because, damn it, shit got to have an ending, right? But where there's an ending? Just a rebirth. We'll be back. We'll be back. We shall and will be back. Long as the people support me to bring forth this research and truth, I'm going to go at it with the same energy I would go at anything in life as I serve you. Free of charge, enlightenment, connecting you back with our ancestors. And I just want to thank everybody. I love y'all energy. Y'all allow me to be me. I don't have to alter myself. And that's something that I can't even say even a lot of my family let me do all the time. You know, and you guys wouldn't have it any other way. So I appreciate you. So that is it for today's Monday morning mystery school, even though it did go into the afternoon. And let me give a big shout out to today's show supporters. Another big shout out to Christopher Johnson, my peoples. Laverne Jones, thank you for the support. Sean Wade, thank you for the support. Sir Drop TV, thank you as always for the support. My brother Lightworker TV, thank you as always for the support. My sister Empress B, thank you for the support, and flat power to you as well, my sister. And shout out to my brother Divine Machismo. Thank you again for your support. And say you are brightening because I'm remembering. Thanks everyone for your support. Give a big shout out to my brother ICU. You know, my people's over there, look, they looking out for me big ways. My people, Back to Your Roots Herbs. Big shout out to one of the influencers in this community, the brother Masterpiece. Showed up in the chat room. I'm gonna be reaching out to him, saying how that brother doing. It'll be awesome to catch up with him sometime. So shout out to him as well as all of you. I wish I could stay here another hour and call every name in the chat, but I can't. So I just want to say big shout out to Divine Bay Robertson. Appreciate all of my people in all of these communities. No matter what paradigm you may be in at this time, crawl for your walk. Take everything I'm saying in increments. These are long videos. Watch them in parts. Digest it, let it sink in. You know, be open-minded. You may be Moorish, Aboriginal. You may be a globalist. You may be Kemetic. You know, all kind of people follow this community. And it's some for all of you wherever you at in your awakening. I was at some point too. I was a Christian. I was all of that. So for those people, don't feel pressure. Just see what I'm showing you here. And the more you just be open-minded and less challenging, if anything, we'll have mutual understanding, which is priceless today, right? So shout out to everybody that supported the show with the super chat donations. Everybody that do what you do to support me when you do it. I hope you're making the connections about aliens and ancestors. I hope I was clear. I'm gonna let y'all go. I think that's all I had to say. So peace, and until next time, yeah, much love to all of you.